Hey, hey, sis. Hey, hello, everyone. Welcome to Grown as a Woman. Hello, Miss Take Heed. Mrs. O had to take some time off tonight. Health is wealth, everyone. We have our sis Take Heed to the message in the building. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate it.
It is my pleasure. Absolutely my pleasure. Thank you, Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne, great series and great job, ladies. Oh, and yes, dutiful husbands absolutely require respect with all the corresponding benefits that comes with it. Yes, sir. Yes,
Amen.
sir. Yes, sir. So, sis, as you well know, we have learned quite a bit over the last couple of episodes. We will be wrapping up the series with this episode, the solutions. I have noticed there have been quite a few different perspectives when it comes to respect, different ideologies, and it's interesting. Hey, Del Monte, it's very interesting. But in order to find solutions, we have to have a common ground for the most part. So that's where we are. That's where we are. We're going to get everyone's perspective on the solutions. I have some talking points. And if anyone else is interested in bringing up any other talking points, more, I would say great minds, many minds are better than one. So we love your ideas so that we can develop a base to ideally build a community and make our relationship stronger, because that's what life is all about. Strength in relationships and family. So you all are welcome to join, but we shall start with the first question, which is, what steps can you personally take to ensure that Black men feel respected by the women of our community? And that's, when I say you, that's referring to men and women, because we all can play a role. Del Monte, thank you. Mrs. Takey, would you like to comment first, or shall I start?
I can go first if you want.
Yes.
So I'll share this with you. I remember a lot of people, they don't like this brother, but I like this brother. He speak facts, even though sometimes some of his stuff be off the wall. He said, Charleston White said, you got to start with your home first. So you gotta do everything you need to do within your home first before you go out and try to teach. So you gotta respect your husband that's in the home. You gotta respect the men that's in your family, so that you will see the young women that's in your family see you respect the men that are around her. That's how you teach. A lot of our sisters, we don't understand that part because we don't see the men that we're supposed to. We don't grow up with the men that we're supposed to because of the decisions of our grandmother, mama, and great grandma. So we lack in that. That's why the respect level is not there. But in order for you to change your generation, that's your bloodline, is to learn how to respect their father in front of them and learn how to respect your father in front of them as well. So that's how you teach. You teach by example. That's the thing that we're missing in our community because nobody knows how to talk to our brothers. We lack respect when it comes to them, but we'll say sir to everybody else except them. I think that's the biggest problem that we have in our community. But I'll share something with you. Long as you do it yourself, you as long as you make the steps yourself, the correction, it'll have people look at you differently. And then some women will see it as well. So just like how we do panels with our brothers up here, and we're not indignant with them and we show them respect,
Yes.
other content creators see that as well. And if they're starting content creation, they like, well, Miss O is respectful. You are respectful. Take Heed is respectful. Grace is respectful. I don't have to do what other women do on different platforms. You feel me? This is the problem that we have. But if we can lead by example, it can change. That's my take on it.
Yes, completely agree. Yes, ma'am. It starts in the home. It starts in the home. It starts with, our parents teaching our kids and, however our home life, is the different dynamics of family, blended families or whatnot. Um, Being that example, stop outsourcing so much of our culture and our lifestyle. We draw too much from everyone else. We really need to look inwards. Look inwards. So much of us are, I guess, blinded would be the best word, by society.
Mm,
Um, so for me is to be the best example I can be. I have she's 14 now. She just had a birthday. I have a 14-year-old daughter now. Um, and we've had some hard times, in our family. But I always instill in her, not just with my words, but my actions, how important relationships are. How important it is for that masculine and that feminine to be together. Um,
mm.
that's what you're thinking about on your deathbed. The relationships you had, and a lot of us are selfish. I guess that's no secret.
That's
But
true.
having having the courage to defy society and to put yourself aside and think about the future, your children and your children's children and your children's children. We should be our kids' superheroes to a certain extent, when
Mm.
they get to teenage years, they start doing their own thing, but we should be our kids' superheroes, um, and go above and beyond to show them embracing our femininity, not standing in our men's way when they embrace their masculinity, not blocking that from them. Hey, family, welcome, welcome. And I wish there was like a requirement. I know this is going to sound strange. I wish there was a requirement where a woman had to be, I don't want to say the word forced, but I'm going to say it, forced to be feminine. I know this will sound strange, for a certain amount of time. Because only then, when you're in that position, you can truly see the power in it. I think so much of us are, and I'm speaking from the woman's standpoint, we don't know or understand how beautiful that is and how freeing that is. I'm not going to do too much, but
I love that. I love that. But you know that we're, from what I was told is that in the Muslim culture, right? They teach their girls. They teach them before marriage. Even in the Black Hebrews as well, they teach their young women. It's only in the Christian faith they don't have stuff like that. I'm not going to say all of them don't, because someone was telling me, Mama, some churches, they teach the young women. But the thing is that we have been taught this false ideology about our men and we just ran with it. So I like what you said, that we have been taught other things outside of our community and we're copying it and we think that it makes sense, but actually it just destroyed our community. But we hold on to this false ideology. You can see it all over social media, how we just continue to just berate our men, and we're the only culture that does that. And Green Bean said it at best. He's in the chat now. He said it at best. Our men are simple. They are so simple, smooth like Sunday morning. But we miss that part. That's just my take on it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And Trey, I believe it was the last episode. He mentioned something that really stood out to me. He said that women are always saying that expressing how much they don't need men, but if I'm a man and I need a man, then I know y'all need me. He gave the analogy. He gave the analogy of like the house being on fire, and I want a big burly man to come and drag me out. I said, wow. I mean, like Green Bay said, simple. It's
Mm-hmm. He's right. He's right. Because I watched a video of a woman, her SUV went over the bridge, right? Fell in some water. Okay. And now I didn't see the part where the SUV went over the bridge, but I saw the part where the men were out there trying to save her. They were busting the windows open to get her out. Now they got her out safely, and the children too. But when you're in the face of danger, these women who say that they don't need men, I need you to tell them, stop, don't save you. I need you to say that. Don't save me. Let me wait for women, because that's what I want y'all to start doing. Because anytime when something bad happened, we immediately call on men. But when everything is fine, you're quick to say, I choose the bear. You know what I'm saying? So we're not going to do that. You're going to choose the bear every time, even when you have an emergency. But what do I know? I'm just some woman that come to social media and talk.
And I have to say, and I understand to an extent where a lot of women are coming from, because they're speaking from hurt. Mm-hmm. Men as well speaking from hurt, but from a woman's standpoint. And you don't you put the wall up because you don't want to experience that again. And yes, that is one of the most painful things you can experience. Hello Ty, welcome. One of the most painful things you can experience, heartbreak. There's nothing like it. It's nothing like it. I remember being 13 years old. I think it was the first time I experienced heartbreak. Some boy I liked in school, I had a crush on him. He was just so cool and so smart. But he liked another girl and didn't pay me any attention. And it's one day something happened. And I think I said something to him, and he like completely ignored me and was talking to the other girl. And I was like, I could feel, feel my heart breaking. I know that's simple because I was just a kid, but that's an example of why why they're so guarded. No one wants to experience that, but I promise you, ladies, I promise you, having that love of a man is worth the risk. We don't win all the time. I'm telling you, I'm losing right now. I'm getting divorced. I'm losing, but I don't regret. I don't regret the experience I had because I learned from it. I love hard, and I don't want to leave this planet saying I never had that experience. I don't want to, and I've had relationships where there was this song at this point. I was in a relationship, and the song, it was a Rihanna song. I'm pretty sure it was Rihanna. Make me feel like I'm the only girl in the world. I've had that. I've had that, and it's priceless. It is absolutely priceless. So take the risk. Take the risk. You get in the car every day. You go see these doctors who are lying to you. You pay them. Take the risk. It's worth it. Do what you have to do. Learn as much as you can. Know yourself as much as you possibly can. Vet, so that you're prepared. You're best prepared for that risk, and the risk is low as possible, but it's still a risk. But I'm saying take it. Take it.
Wow. That's
Make
something.
me feel like I'm the only girl in the world. Oh, and another thing, I was telling a coworker about this experience. I hope she watches. I was telling a coworker about this experience. She said I never felt that. She said she's been in a ton of relationships and she's never felt like that. And I remember feeling sorry for her because
That she
it's so
never felt
different.
love, you mean?
She never felt like she was the only girl in the world. She never had that feeling of love from a man.
Oh, wow.
And I feel sorry for her because it's precious. It's so precious. Sometimes it's fleeting. It's only for a short time, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Hey, welcome, welcome. Ooh. Does anyone else? Oh, here we go. Hey, Lou. I was 15 years old, crying on the couch, heartbroken. After that, I became. Gosh.
I
And
understand.
Lou, did you repeat the heartbreak? Did you repeat the cycle over and over again? Is that what you mean by beast, or did you just close off from love and affection and being in serious relationships? I love to hear more. Welcome, love. Much love to you as well.
Hmm. I'll share something with you. I remember when I was in, let me see. I think it was, I'm thinking the seventh grade. And so there was a young man who I liked so much in my school. And he played football. Okay. He played football. But I was a tomboy. So we were friends. So I remember there was a school dance and he asked this girl to come with him. And I asked him, I said, why didn't you ask me? And he said to me, he said my nickname. He said, me and you like brothers. Yeah, me and you like brothers. I cried so hard. And I told my mom, I'm like, am I a boy, mom? Am I a boy? She said, no, you a girl. She said, you just friendly. You just too friendly. You act like a boy. You do everything like a boy, but you a girl. And I was like, Mom, I ain't gonna never find nobody. That's what I used
Oh,
to tell her. That's what I told her. And she looked at me. She said, you're gonna find somebody. You're just young. You're just young. So that's my heartache right there. That was my
oh
heartache when I was young.
gosh. And that's where it
Mhm.
starts. And you
Yeah.
usually don't give up right then, but you keep experiencing that. You keep experiencing that, and then
Uh-huh.
you love someone as a woman. You love someone, and then you give them your everything. Especially
Mm-hmm.
having a child by this person, and then you find out things that you don't really agree with, and then it ends. It's a lot. It's a lot, and our pain. Unfortunately, it seems like women today despise men who make them feel like the only girl in the world. They will call him zesty. Oh,
Yeah, our
I
pain
don't
is
know anything about that.
our pain is right. There are some women that's like that. Our pain is right. There's some women like that.
Oh, why? Why? Oh, thank you, Lou. I closed off from love and settled for mutual respect. That experience was enough. I,
Oh,
I don't, I don't, I don't, I can't speak for everyone, but I want that head over heels love. I want to trust you. Well, trust comes first. I want to trust you with my life. And I want you to trust me with your life. And we all have our strengths and weaknesses. And there should be, someone mentioned something about equally yoked recently. We should complement each other. I don't want you to be a great reader like I am. I want you to be out there chopping the wood or fixing the car, something, some things I'm not good at. It should be a balance, it should be a compliment. Let me see. Hey Trey. Hey Trey. I was
Trey,
11.
you
Trey
done
like
put
her
something
name.
crazy up there. Trey, I don't know what's. Oh my God, Trey. Mm-mm.
Yeah. I hope you watching Tiffany. Her name was Tiffany Poindexter.
Oh my
She
God.
told me I wasn't cute enough. Oh, we would later meet up as adults. She wanted to hang out. I said,
Oh my God, Trey. Why?
sorry, not cute enough. Oh,
I'm petty.
Trey.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my goodness. Okay. Thank you for sharing,
Oh my
Trey. Oh, bless your
God.
heart, Tiffany.
Mm,
Let's see who we have. Um, oh goodness gracious. Miss,
mm-mm.
okay, our pain doesn't know what zesty means. Stop trying to be.
Stop
Y'all are
clowning our
silly.
pain.
Y'all are silly. Let's see here. Oh, 18. 18. I was 12. Michael B from the neighborhood.
Oh,
18. Michael B from the neighborhood broke your heart.
mm. Wait
Yeah.
a minute now. Is that Michael B. Jordan? Because Michael B. Jordan grew up in Newark now. Because I just want to know, are you from Newark? Let's talk about it first. Because he grew up in Newark. Let's see.
Oh goodness. Lou, anyone named Tiffany, Ashley, or Megan will break your heart in three.
Uh-uh.
Oh goodness.
Oh, Lou, that's wrong now. That's wrong now, Lou.
Mm, mm, mm.
Mm-mm.
See here. Hey, grooming, sweetie
Hey,
pie. Grooming, I like your haircut. Don't let them talk about you. I like your haircut. All right. Hey, boss man. 18 called Michael B. Corny too. Oh,
He not corny.
let's see here. I know from Bridgeport, Connecticut. Okay.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, so
okay.
that's where it starts. I say like I'm relatively new to the space, but I get a feeling not that it makes it because I don't want to make excuses for women at all, but I get a feeling that a lot of men don't understand why women are the way they are, because I say you aren't born a what is it, a 304. I don't believe someone is born a three. Well, 98% of us anyway aren't born 304s or pookies or whatever. That we're made.
You're me.
We're made through our environment. Um, let's see here. Del Monte. Hey, Del Monte. Shoot, I had a homeroom teacher in the Queens. She had on her pants. Okay, what is that? What does that have to do with anything, Del Monte?
Oh my goodness. He said with a straight onion. Lord, I don't understand.
Okay. All right. Mm-mm-mm. So embracing my femininity, being the best example I can be, focusing on my home, uh, constantly being open to learn, having a growth mindset. Because we gotta admit, we don't know everything. We don't want, you're on a great start once you admit that to yourself. You don't know everything and you're willing to learn.
That's true.
Because I didn't come from that perfect family. It seems that most of us did. Uh, let's see here. Yam-tastic. All right, that's a new
Fantastic.
word. All right, thank you.
So
Um,
fresh.
yeah, being the example, being an example, and I want to break down some finer points. Being aware of how you present yourself publicly and your demeanor, and your dress. Ladies, what you have is for your spouse. That's your body, but it's for your spouse's eyes only. We shouldn't see all the dimples or whatever it may be. And there's no secret that you can be incredibly stylish and fashionable and covered.
Mm, it's true.
If you can't find what you want, get a sewing machine. They're relatively inexpensive nowadays because I think they're going out of fashion. I think they've been out of fashion. Get on a sewing machine. Learning those skills is valuable, very valuable. Because skills like that, sewing, planting, cooking, making your own treatments and ointments and things of that nature. Look around, folks. It's not looking good. Society is not looking good. It's going to hit the fan sooner or later. Make yourself valuable. Make yourself valuable so you can really get that man that you want. Because a man looks for in a wife, not that is a pretty face. There has to be something behind it. So obtaining different skills, and that looks different to everyone. We all have our things that we can add to the world. Attaining different skills, finding something that you're passionate about, you love, finding your purpose, whatever that is. Presenting yourself well, modestly, and your demeanor as well. I hear this thing about smiling, women not smiling. And I see a lot of responses from women that they're, how could I say, essentially afraid to smile because they don't want to convey the wrong message. Like they're being easy, or a target for, I guess, negativity from men, whether that may be violence or just negativity in general. Master the way to be polite and kind and cordial and respectable, but still be able to protect yourself. Know those self-defense tactics. Be aware if you're not, with someone who, like a man who's out and about, protecting you. Let's see
Wow.
here. What did I miss? Oh, chat's going up. What did I miss? Let me go back. I'm just running my mouth. Let me see. Where I leave off. Okay, there she am-tastic. Trey, it's the ABCs of respect: appearance, behavior, and communication. I love that. I love that. That's why we need to have these conversations. We all have so much that we can add, and it all looks different, and we can bring it all together, make a big old community pie, and make it work. We can all have a slice. The ABCs. Yes, Lou, stop popping balloons in your mind when you see us. We can read the pop the balloon face. Yeah, thank you, Lou. Thank you.
Yeah, Lou is
Oh
right.
my goodness, I'm disgusted by this 666 foolishness.
Ain't
It's
that something?
foolishness.
Yes.
That is so shallow. And it seems that women are willing to pass up a good man if he doesn't meet that criteria.
Just foolishness all around. And because one woman thought of that, and so they all copy. We just copy and paste. That's what we do, copy and paste. Because if you look at it, one woman said it, so they're all rocking with it. Oh, 666, like this makes sense. And you'll miss the opportunity of being a queen because you're worried about what someone else think of you. Have you seen those the popping balloon dating show, right?
I've
I know you
seen
saw it,
some of
right?
them.
So I check this out. If you look
Binging.
at one saying something, right, then the other ones agree. You know, that
Domino
fake
effect.
sisterhood, yeah, is so strong, it's crazy. They all agree if he say something, that one may not like, so then the rest of them will copy and pop the balloon. And I'll share something with you. You will miss out on a catch. You will miss out on a catch because you're listening or you think what this other woman is saying makes sense and it doesn't. I truly think that they doing that show just for clout. It can't be for nothing else. That's not no relation. They're not trying to do relationships. I think they're trying to hurt each other.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm. Definitely not dressed like that.
No.
It's advertising
Mm-mm.
something else.
Yeah, truly scandalous. And I share something with you. They be some good brothers coming up there with good jobs. I'm even surprised. But I guess it is what it is.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And gentlemen, be aware of women who have that I guess that follower mentality.
True.
What's the saying? I love the saying. Be careful when you're following the masses. Sometimes the M is silent.
Oh,
Awesome.
I like that.
Don't follow those A's.
I like
Okay.
that. Mm-mm.
Okay. Let's see here. Trey, modern women lack quality and substance.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't want to miss anyone. So we got Lou. Del Monte, the boy, the skirts with the split in the back. Then she came to the school. Okay, Del Monte, you going off subject.
He's doing
He
too
is
much.
just fantasizing.
Green beans is terrible. He's
He's
doing
going
too much.
back. He's going back. Marriage, hey, Mr. Payne, Alicia. When a man trusts you, he will treat you special. There is a certain amount of vulnerability required for a man to pour everything in a woman. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the future. That's the future. If you're having children together,
Mm.
golly, that is so important. That's Tyrone. Good evening, lady. Great time. Hey, Tyrone. Welcome, welcome. Milani, lovely. They want 80s, 90s love, but act like modern day 304s.
Melania.
Yeah, yeah.
Woo.
Team, your dad was 1,000% correct too. I treat a hoe like a hoe. I treat a lady like a lady.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Trey, I need that Mark. Oh yes, Martin Cheetah. Martin Cheetah. I don't want it. Martin was struggling radio host, and Gina was executive and stuck by him. Gina was loyal and ride or die. Oh, you go, boy! Grabbing the ears.
Goodness.
Look, I'm thinking of that scene when she was leaving, and Martin was talking smack. And he goes, no, 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 no. On
I
his
remember
knees.
that one. Yeah.
Yeah, great show, great show. Let's see here. Nah, Trey, you will settle for someone who will compliment your little haircut. And okay, Benzo must be a rental. That's all you get.
Oh, that's
Okay.
messy. That's messy.
Okay. Okay. Who do we have? Ilani. Trey, I'd rather be alone. Get a piece. Peace is priceless. Peace is priceless. Absolutely. Oh, and another thing. Listen. Don't listen for what you want to hear. Actually listen. Listen to your spouse. Listen, that's something, a hurdle that I really had to overcome. Because we have our own objectives, we have our own ideas, and sometimes it's like it just takes over everything. But being able to just really sit and listen, yeah, that can be a challenge. All these are skills that can be learned. Now I'm speaking for the ladies because I don't know how a man's mind works, but all these are skills that can be learned, and it's worth it. It's worth it, ladies. Let's see here.
It can be learned. You got to put your mind to it. This is true. It can be learned. You have to be willing to change.
Yeah. Look in the mirror, ladies. Look in the mirror. Sometimes we aren't even aware of how we're deficient or how traumatized we are. I'm learning more and more about myself just being on these platforms. Sometimes things just what is it, strike a chord with me. I'm like, oh wow, I didn't even think of it that way. Or I didn't realize I was still hurting from this past experience. Because we bury so much just so we can survive and make it day to day. And it shows up. It shows up in our relationships and can break our relationships. Let's see here. It's okay. Be okay with being different. Yes. Yes. I'm a nerd and I'm proud. If you don't like it, that's okay. That's okay. We all have certain skills that we can bring to the table. Let's see here. Sis, did you have anything else to add related to this question? Anyone else before we move on? Trey, being on these platforms taught me that I don't have patience with people who just be yapping. Yeah. Look, I'm a firm believer, Trey, that we can learn something from everyone, positive and negative. And like you learned about the lack of patience for the yappers. We can learn something from everyone. Yes.
Then ask him, why did he come to my platform? Because all I do is yap. That does not make sense, sir.
I think maybe you make sense. I think your yapping makes sense. Gotta work on your page. Okay.
Oh my God.
18. Yes, a straight introvert. Look. Once I'm talking on these platforms. I don't do a lot of talking on the phone with it because I'm exhausted afterwards. I'm drained because I give my all, and I'm drained. I need that time alone to just recoup and just reboot before I go at it again. So yes, my daughter, she's not an introvert, so I've had to be in uncomfortable situations. I've had to force myself to, make friends and go to different parties and things like that for her. But yeah, I'd rather be home. I'm a homebody. Give me a good book any day. Oh, just a moment. What do we have here? Okay. That's right, David. Trey, not the singular platforms, talking about the panels. And you be talking raw and real, take heed. I like that even if I don't agree. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Trey. So sweet. Trey is so sweet.
Tonight.
So sweet.
Tonight.
Okay. All right. So, my dear, we will move on to the next question. Please and thank you, David. 18. Some days you guys are the only people I interact with outside of my children. Feel you. I feel you. Yes, because it can be a lot, especially everyone is going through so much, and I try to be a good listener, so I feel like a lot is dumped on me. So it can be a lot. I'm in monk mode. All right now. All right. Yeah, you have the robes and everything, Trey. Got the robes. I love it. Let's see. Okay. Question number 15. So we're taking it back to the household, sis.
Okay.
Back to the household. It's the core of everything. How could fathers and mothers ensure that a healthy marriage is their daughters or sons' primary goal? For those who are, really looking for marriage, how can we do that? Shall I start, sis? Or would you?
Yes, go ahead. You can.
Oh my gosh. One, make sure you are as healthy as possible. And that's, that looks different to everyone. But make sure you are as healthy as possible so you can show up at 100%. Take care of your mental health. Take care of your physical health. Make sure there's balance in the household. Never seen a healthy marriage. I have no answer for 15. Never seen a healthy marriage in my home. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel you on that, Trey. I'll get to that in a little bit. Take care of yourself. take care of yourself, be as open as you can and as honest as you can with your kids, depending on the developmental age, as honest as you can. Try to show them healthy relationships, between men and women. If you, like Trey says, if you don't have that, try to show in the other ways. Like, for example, my daughter, she has a drama club coach and a basketball coach, the same guy, and he's doing working wonders in the community. And he's a chocolate black man, So I try to bend over backwards to support him in the best way I can. And I make sure she sees that. I don't know if I read it or I watched something a while ago. Someone was saying that, and I try to avoid bringing other cultures into our space, but I like this analogy. They had the young white woman. They see marriage as the pinnacle, as the tip of the mountaintop. That's their dream come true. The little white girls, they dream about their wedding and taking care of their husband and their babies and whatnot. But you don't see that in our households. It isn't the ultimate prize for our children. We focus primarily on, not there's something wrong with getting an education, nothing at all. We have to have an education to an extent, but they focus primarily on getting the education so that they can survive. And it usually comes from a financial standpoint, where it's best to have a healthy marriage where you can have potentially two incomes. Or if only you have one income, you have someone supporting the person who is the primary breadwinner, so that they can do whatever it is that they have to do, managing other things like rearing the children or managing the home or whatever the case may be. Everyone's dynamics are a little different. But let's see, marriage, Mr. Payne. Make your marriage the center of the household. Keep that healthy, and the kids will be taken care of, and they will feel safe that the umbrella on top of them is strong and leak proof. Thank you, Mr. Payne. Absolutely.
I like that.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's see here. Jonesing for more. Hello. Their parents dream of marrying their daughters off. Yeah, they want to make sure that that's another thing. The parents are really involved in the vetting process and finding that potential spouse for the daughters and the sons. I applaud arranged marriages. I think is ideal. Women, I think we really want that security. I think that's, paramount to us, feeling secure and feeling safe. And for a man, he wants to know that his woman is respectable and represents him very well. I think that's a general consensus I get from men. And that he can have a lifetime with someone who is going to provide him with legacy and support him. And it seems like arranged marriages, fit that criteria, because you have outside forces taking the reins, and those who are getting married, they aren't making decisions based on their emotions or private parts. So I like that. I like the idea of arranged marriages.
Here. I don't, you know what? I'll share something with you for 15. I like what our Payne said. This is correct. The children need to see. They need to see the interaction, the good and the bad between both of the parents. But they also need to see the conflict resolution as well.
Yes.
So even though they see the good times and they'll see the bad times, but they also need to see the ending of all the foolishness that you have joined back together so they understand how it works when they get married. Now, I'll share something else with you. Caucasian families are not just like that, too. African families are like that, too, in Africa. They promote their children getting married. They actually aggravate them so much and tell them, when are you going to do it? I'm waiting for my grandchildren because I know how my mother-in-law used to aggravate my husband so much. May her soul rest in peace. She was a kind woman.
Oh.
But she would get on the phone and get at my husband and get on him and tell him, what are you doing? Why is it taking so long? And this and that. And he says, Mom, I'm trying, Ma. You know, she was like, you're taking too long. How many months you've been married? And so when we finally got pregnant, my husband was so happy. He couldn't wait to tell his mother because now it's done. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think children need to see that. They need to see the good, the bad, the ugly, and the peace also in the house. But the ugly should not lead into a whole hurricane, though. You know, you have to know how to pick your battles. And marriage, sometimes we don't understand that part. We don't know. We think every time someone calls you, you have to rise to the occasion for battle, but you don't. Sometimes you could just sit there and just listen. Okay, you know, not listen to be sarcastic, but listen and really take in what the person is saying, that they're telling you if something is wrong and that's bothering them. I think that's the thing that we miss a lot in marriage as well, that we don't listen to the other person
Mm-hmm.
and we don't compliment the person as well. A lot of us take our husband for granted. You know, we don't say, honey, you look good today. Even if he got his work uniform on, honey, you look good today. I love your haircut. I love the way you did your beard. You know, embrace him, hug him more, kiss him more. And only why I talk like this is because the world is beating them up outside. See, the world is not beating us like the world is beating them. You understand? Because we gonna talk back. If the world say something, we gonna talk back. But he know if he talk back, it might not go the way he wanted. You know, the way he wanted to, and the person wanted to. It might go left. So most of our men, when they go to work, they just mind their business and do what they got to do, and they think in their mind, I should curse this mother so and so out, you know. But they hold their peace because they know they need the job for their family. So you know, even though that was a little bit off topic, I just want to share that part with you. We gotta show the children in the home how it goes and how we respect one another, so the children will see as well, you know. And I'm done.
Oh, and thank you, sis, for bringing that up. Now I'm thinking about my daughter when I would say things to my husband, like complimenting. Um, I think it was Papa, such a handsome man, and she would say
Mhm.
the same thing. You know,
Yeah,
they pick up all of that.
they do,
They
because
pick it
our
all
daughter called her father honey for years. Honey, she walk around with her diaper, my honey, you know, laughing and everything. And now look at her. She's in college now, but that's what she used to walk around. That's my honey with her chocolate chip cookies. Honey, she's supposed to call him daddy, but she's calling him honey. Honey.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And we have, let's see here. We have going on the chat. Thank you, David. Arranged marriages work if both families are thoughtful and always in communication. They are usually not in the business of making kids miserable. True. Hey, Del Monte.
Oh,
Hey. Oh,
wow.
where'd he go? Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
Boss man, I'm going to have two parts
Troublemaker.
to my answer since I'm cooking. Boss man, stay in the kitchen doing it. I love it. I love it. Once you finish, boss man, please share what you're preparing. but it starts at the beginning, ensuring you've married correctly. It's going to show down. It's going to show down to your children if you choose wrong. Mm-hmm.
This is true.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
And let's see here. That was part one, I think. TS. Hey, TS. One of the biggest issues is people bringing a single mentality into marriages. True.
Oh, that's
True.
true.
And I
That's
think you
true.
mentioned earlier, there we go. TS, once married, it's bigger than you. Yes. Yes.
That's
Number
true.
one, determine that you all have similar goals. They don't have to be perfectly aligned, exactly the same, but similar enough. What is it? 70%, 80% is good enough. Similar goals. Let's see here. All right, where were we? Hey, Mr. Payne, I wish that we had more of an arranged marriage culture. I look at that as one of my failures. It never crossed my mind. The dowry for my daughters would be substantial. Okay. All right, Mr. Payne. All right. And you
Oh,
know what?
Let me
I
speak on that.
have,
Let me speak on that.
only in Africa that would happen. But I would
No,
share
let me.
something with you. I wouldn't want to make arranged marriage for my children. I wouldn't want it.
No, I would say it's
and why
critical
not? Why
because
Nah.
let me explain what let me explain what
Oh,
arranged
okay.
marriage.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Arranged marriage is not what people think it is. There's a lot of vetting that goes on, right?
It does.
And my queen, take heed, you know this very, very well. You're married to an African man.
Of
Here are the
course.
big issue. When you're married to a big family, if you are a woman, you are going to be vetted by the man, right?
Hmm.
They're gonna look at you, they'll review you. But that's not the heavy vetting you go through. The heavy vetting go through the moms, the
Yes.
mothers, the aunties, and the sisters. They go pull you to the side to a separate room. Now, if anyone of we men want to go into the room and listen, we get kicked out. They say, "Omo, what did they do here? Yeah, go to that side. Go to the other room. This is not for you. This is women conversation, okay?
Hmm.
We could not see you here. You'll tell all the men, mind your business. We want to vet the woman our way." And that's how we know they're making sure that the woman who will marry their son is properly fit for their son.
True.
Now, for the men side of things, when the man being vetted by the father is there, the uncles are there. If there are plenty of uncles, man, I don't know what to tell you. It's like a job interview. And the brothers are there. Sometimes the father will bring his friends who may see through a different angle. He may sit somewhere and listen to the whole conversation and pick up some vibes. So when they're asking these men these questions concerning arranged marriage, they're vetting, they're checking your long-term goals, your short-term goals, they're checking your value system. Now, it doesn't end there. They want to see your parents and your family. You want to see the dynamic how your family actually operate. The same apply for the woman as well. They want to see your family as well. They want to see your father, what kind of father you have, what kind of mother you have, what the house dynamic. When you have two families doing the same thing side by side, it's from there and there they're able to agree. They know what, yes, this is the right family to get married to. Because they want to make sure their son don't make the wrong decision. Our queen here, Takei, went through the process already. She succeeded. That's why she where she is right now. Or am I wrong, Takei?
I succeeded because I look like his mother. I'm shaped like his mother. That's
okay.
how I succeeded. I'm not lying.
All right
I'm
now.
not lying. I'm telling the truth.
Lord,
I have
Lord have mercy.
I'm shaped like his mother. That's it.
You
I
probably
have
And
saw
to
his
the
laugh.
mother and his mother was in love with me from then. So
That is true.
that's
If the
how.
mother love you, you in.
And she told my husband, I don't want to see no other woman but her. I don't want you to come tell me later that you have a new wife or anything like that. This is the only daughter I know. So he
You
was stuck with me after that.
that is
Awesome.
true. That is true. So I had to break that one down. So take heed, know that man, without the ironclad insurance policy right there. Mm-mm. Don't let the man come out for the go ahead come slap you. Why you leave this woman? That's my daughter.
Facts.
Yeah,
Ooh,
see,
mama.
she knows. She knows. So that's how arranged marriage is. Just that I understand, Alicia, you don't want people to take from other culture, but African culture have a very wholesome view about family. Family is a big deal.
But you
Very
have to remember, in the Western world, we don't have
Yeah.
this togetherness. We don't have this oneness. Our ancestors had it, but we don't, because we have gone away from the ideology of Big Mama and Big Daddy. So we have gotten away from that. This is where all the confusion come in. But they say this was the dark ages, but this was the ages where they stuck together. Now you can't even get anybody to agree on anything. And I'll share something with you. I don't believe in the arranged marriage, but I will say this. I believe that the family of the bride and the groom should stick together to ensure the marriage goes well between those two. And they
Mhm.
should not pick sides. When they call themselves trying to separate, push them back together. Say, y'all got to make it work. Long as
Mhm.
they not laying hands on one another, push them together. Say, y'all got to make this work. Because in the African culture, if anyone gets out of line, you know what happens? If it get too far that both of them can't handle it, the elders have to be called in of the family.
facts.
You have to explain why this is going on. So you don't want to be called in front of the elders. This is a big thing. But
Mhm.
It's kind of embarrassing. She knows
it's
this.
embarrassing. Yes.
Because in worst case
It's
scenario, in some
embarrassing.
Africa, I think the Igbo tried out worse than the Yoruba. When you fall in that situation, when all the family elders are in, you're not allowed to sit down. You have to be on your knee, both the
Mm,
husband and the wife. They want to talk to you. I think you're a kid, but it's a level of respect. Like,
it
why?
is.
What's wrong with this marriage? Why you want to break up? Don't make the husband speak his case, and make the
Hmm.
woman speak his case. And sometimes it could take a while.
It can.
That's the
And you
Igbo tribe. Yoruba
and
tribe
you
is a little bit different.
right. And then one thing that I do love that was even hard for me being married to a Nigerian is that when you're wrong about something and you have to apologize to your husband. I have never experienced this in my life. I had to be taught this. I had to be taught this because I was like, this don't sound right. But when I had
Oh, just in
wrong my
general?
yeah, I didn't know.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it was some kind of special ritual or something.
No, no, no.
Just
No,
I
apologize.
it's not. It's not.
You
Let
know
her
what
speak it. Let
happened?
her
I
speak it.
had I had to learn. I had to learn to bow, like
Yeah.
come down on my knees when I'm wrong. If I wrong my husband, and can you imagine an American woman?
Fair.
Okay, yes, right. An American woman have to be taught a Nigerian culture when you wrong your husband, and when my husband would not wouldn't listen to me when I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm trying to apologize. And only how he would listen is when I got on my knees. When I
Mm.
got on my knees and I apologized and I looked at him. And at the time when you get on your knees, you put your head down. So he tapped you on your shoulder. And that mean you rise. That mean
Wow.
he's listening to you now. Because you
Wow.
respectfully told him you sorry. Can you imagine? And I'm born American, born and raised in a hyena kingdom. Okay, with my aunties and my everybody from the hyena kingdom. you taught
Hell
you
no.
taught that men ain't ish and none of that stuff. So you can you
Oh my
imagine me a
God.
whole me trying to get down here. So when I did this,
Wow.
my king was looking at me and he was like, oh, see, and only because you get it passed down. Somebody tells you this is how it go. You know what I'm saying? Somebody warns you, or older women, when we had tribal meetings and stuff like that, they teach you and they tell you this is how you treat your husband. This is how you do it. So you learn from that too as well. Because I remember the first day I had done it. I've never done it before. And I remember the first day I had done it, and my king looked at me. He said, he held back like this. He said, "What's going on?" I told him, I said, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And he tapped me on my shoulder and I rise. Once they tap you, then you rise. And then I sat next to him and he said to me, "Who taught you that? Who taught you that?" So I told him and he said, "Oh, he said, now you don't want my heart today. What you want? What you want?
Oh,
We gonna stop.
awesome.
We gonna stop arguing. What you
Awesome.
want?"
And ever since then, take
And
he
ever since
abused it.
then,
She
that's what I
abused it.
do.
Yes, ma'am. I love it.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
learning,
it.
it's learning. But I
Wow.
think you have to open up your mind to want to learn it. You know what I'm saying? And this is what a lot of things that our men they don't get this. They don't get this because we don't respect them
Gotta treat them
like
like
this.
royalty.
We treat you know what I'm saying? And this is the thing. Somebody, your husband has so many jobs, okay?
I'm running out of time to wait on all
Oh,
that, godly.
Come on,
your,
you the
your
host.
husband, he has so much that he has to do to maintain the home. And one of them that you could never forget in this lifetime is that he has to die for you and those children. If anything ever happens in that household, he has to die for you and those children. And I think we don't understand that part. A man's walk is not easy, but we'll get up here and say we don't need them. I'm done. I'm finished talking.
oh, that was a beautiful. That was a beautiful, sis. Thank you. Thank you. I want to add something, and then I'll Del Monte to say his piece. Um, I think it's crucial that our children understand their history, especially our history in this country, and understand the systems that are put in place to keep us apart. Every aspect of it, the good and the, I mean, none of it's good now. I think none of it's good, but all the bad, no matter how extreme, of course, based on the developmental level, but truly understand everything that's been done to keep us apart, so they understand how powerful we are together, and not let that stop them. And Del Monte, welcome, brother. How are you doing?
What's going on?
Hey,
Yes, ma'am. What's going on?
what do you have to add, dear?
I'm kind of lost now.
Go back to your original
What's
thoughts.
going
I know
on?
we were just talking. You want us to come back to you?
I think what Take Heed said got him head spinning like, what? My woman need to me? I apologize. That never
Yes, that
happened.
was deep.
That
That
put him
was
off.
deep. That was deep. Yes.
Yeah, I was kind of breaking up on the StreamYard, but I was listening to Take Heed talking about the elders. I'm like, damn, I wouldn't even been able to get through the village by one of the little cousins talking about, hell no, you ain't messing with my cousin. What are you talking about?
What
Oh,
do you mean? What do you mean as far as
that's a
far
whole
as
bunch about the elders and all that.
The vetting and they're the reason behind that because it's all about the unity. So they want to make sure they keep the family intact. I think that's
True.
why some of these countries have that same similar ideology because for one, family is very crucial. You come to pass down legacy, generational wealth from one child to another because if you can look at family at the big picture, then how can you pass down the idea of a strong marriage? I think that's the case.
true, true. It's not about you anymore. It's about the family, the
Yeah.
community. Absolutely. And Trey's next. If you were finished, Del Monte, were you finished? Oh, where'd he go? Oh, he said he has an issue with his connection.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
he'll be back. He'll be back. All right, Trey, dear, how you doing?
The
I gotta
trouble is,
message you. I have a topic coming up. I think you will be perfect for. It's a surprise, but I think you'll be our special guest after you, brother.
Good evening, ladies. Good evening, Dr.
good
How
evening.
you doing, Dr. Steele? Hey, darling.
Hey, how you doing?
Very well, sir. Very
Yeah,
well.
I to your question, I think it's extremely important that kids see this. It's one of the reasons that when I'm around my daughter's mom, I tell her all the time she needs to see us interact and be cool with one another. We can have our moments later, but she doesn't need to see that. She needs to see that, as far as she's concerned, I think she still thinks mommy and daddy still love each other, and we're gonna leave it at that. Even though that couldn't be any further from the truth, but that's not the point.
Exactly.
It's important that they see it, because what happens is, I'm telling you, as a what was once a young boy who grew up single mom, no dad, we see what our moms, the type of men they deal with. I can remember the names of every man that she dealt with to this day. Can remember the names. We see it, and so a lot of the stuff that we have happening in this community is learned behavior because of what they saw in the household growing up. I think people think that kids forget. You don't forget. Once you get to an age where you can actually start to remember things, those things don't go away. And so if your kid is seeing a healthy marriage, well, that's what they take with them.
True.
And that's the expectation moving forward. Right? Well, I saw my mom and dad, and they loved it. It was gross. They was always kissing each other and grabbing each other. It was
That's awesome.
But that's what they saw. And so the expectation is, that's what I want. But when you grow up in a household where you didn't see that, do you have the same expectation? Typically, in most cases, no. Unless you're pushed into a situation where maybe you see your friend, maybe his parents were married. Because that's what happened to me. All my friends' parents were married. So I saw it when I went over their house and hung. Back in the day, we could do sleepovers. I saw it, at their house. Oh, wow, wait. There's a dad, A, in the house, and B, they love each other. They hanging out watching movies. This is what it's supposed to look like. And the other thing was just about arranged marriages. Listen, I'm torn on arranged marriages. On the one hand, I think that they're quite effective. India has a 1% divorce rate. Americans who have arranged marriages in America have a 4% divorce rate. On the other hand, there's typically a lot of cheating that comes along with arranged marriages. There's a lot of open relationships that sometimes come along with a lot of arranged marriages. And so I'm kind of torn. And the other part is while you're vetting the woman for me, I'm going to be vetting you as a family member, because I want to know what your marriage look like. How can you vet for me if you in shambles? If you're picking a woman for me, but you didn't pick my mama ain't shit. You picked her. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense. So you vetting a woman for me, that's fine, but I'm vetting you and your ability to choose. And I don't know how Africans do it, because I don't like people in my business. When I'm with a woman, it's between her and I. Once I even start, even when I started, that's why I said I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because the moment my mom started to open her mouth about my relationship, we go a whole different route. And it's going to end with, this ain't your business. I'm an adult. This ain't your business. When you start paying some bills around here, then you can put your 2 cents in. Until then, you don't get to tell me how to run my family. Sorry. But I understand, it's, like you said, Takid, it's their culture, and I respect that. I will say this to end. I give it to Dr. Steele. That's the difference. They have a culture.
That's true.
That's the difference. When you come from a lack of culture, you don't think that way. So they think that way because this is the way. This is the culture. So that's a great point you made, Takid. That's their culture.
So I have a question before we move on to Dr. Steele. And then someone else joined. Who was that? Is that Del Monte?
Yeah.
Oh, I see you're back.
Yeah,
You're back.
I missed a little bit on what Trey was saying. I kind of lost, and then it's lagging funny on me. I don't know if y'all can still hear me, if I'm lagging or not.
We can hear you fine now. I have a question. I have a question for Trey. You said the infidelity and the open marriages. Would you say it's about the same rate as with a regular marriage?
I don't know. I would have to look it up to have the actual stats.
I'm curious.
But of all of the articles that I've ever read on arranged marriages, there's typically some form of infidelity that has a tendency to sort of pop up because they didn't get to pick them. And so one of the articles I read was about a couple that had arranged marriage, and they basically said we don't like each other. We just don't like each other. And what this was is it was a business deal. The two families wanted to merge, and it was more business than anything. And they basically have an open marriage. They can go do whatever they want to do. They're going to stay together because of legacy and all these other reasons. They don't like each other. And I think that is one of the negatives of an arranged marriage. I think at some point in time, no, not even at some point in time, at all points in time, the person that you gotta like them. You have to want to be around them. You know, I say that all the time. I can't be with a woman and the mere sight of you makes me just want to go, oh. Or I'm sitting out in the driveway like, man, I gotta go in here. That shouldn't happen. What should happen is I get off work or I'm on my way home and the fella say, come on, let's go get a drink or let's go do this. And I'm like, nah, I'm going home. That's what should happen. I gotta go home. I got my lady at home waiting on me. I'd rather be there with her. And I feel like sometimes those arranged marriages don't necessarily get that sort of same interaction because they didn't have
Yeah, I
they
get
didn't
what you're
have the
talking about.
ability to choose.
And it creates this unhealthy cycle for the children involved.
It's true.
Yes. And Dr. Steele, welcome, brother. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing fine, and you?
Very well, sir. Very well. What do you have to say?
Well, there are times where a healthy marriage, well, let's say the healthy marriage is not so direct at times. I can remember when I was little, I would see my parents, they're always on one accord, they're always unhealthy, but there are times where when I get outside the home, you know, you see things in the outside world that can also traumatize you. It can also traumatize you as a child. This is where the parents' healthy marriage is really, really critical, because sometimes, the world can out influence, the parents. So when they're on one accord, they could get together, talk to the child about what the child sees outside. And yeah, sometimes it'll take some time, but eventually it'll be better for the child. So yeah, healthy marriage definitely helps. Especially when you have a loving couple demonstrating their love to each other, to you can sometimes help. Well, actually, most of the time it'll help. But one thing I noticed about healthy marriages, I said one of the things they're on one accord. They're on one accord, even when it comes to when to bring a child into this world, because the couple both decide they want that child, and they're going to do anything, and I mean anything, to nurture that child unto the man or the woman that they want to be.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a firm believer there's nothing more damaging to a child than that feeling of being unwanted. True. or a burden, or
And it doesn't go away.
It doesn't. It
Sticks
doesn't.
with you. It sticks with you into adulthood. There's a lot of grown folk walking around here with abandonment issues.
Mm-hmm.
True.
I'm one.
Walking around here with abandonment issues.
I'm one. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
And you're absolutely right. It can, I mean, whatever you experience as a child, or even outside the home, can be with you always. But the loving couple can actually ease it.
I believe that's true what you're saying as well, sir, because even in my marriage and me growing up and not having a stable environment, right? When my king made our life stable, I cling to him. It's like in my marriage, in our marriage, it's like from the time of age 5, because I think that was my first trauma, age 5. So my husband took every age of me and kissed me on my forehead and told me, "You are loved." And so that's why I like cling to this man. Like I don't care how upset I'll be or how upset he will be. I want to be under him. I want to always be near him because he has this aura, this peace that he brings. So I love that about my husband. That's why you always hear me talk so highly of him, because I respect him so much. You know what I'm saying? And it's not fake. It's not fake. I'm not doing it for YouTube. So is that
Oh goodness.
that's how I see him. So because he brought that comfort, that kindness, that understanding, and made me feel like, even when I say my name on social media, Abanganwa, it just means queen, baby. It's because
Thank you for
I'm his
pronouncing that.
queen. You see what I'm saying? This is how he anointed me to be. You are my queen. So I take my name seriously because this is how my husband treat me. Mind you, we not rich, we average Joes, but to
You
me,
are rich.
you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
To me, that's how I feel. So even with the abandonment issues and all that other stuff that I had and I still do, it's just that the way my husband came in and was like, you're mine. Like, you belong to me. You know what I'm saying? So that made me feel like, just love. Even when I act up and he still gotta say something to me, I just look at him and smile, and he like, I'm trying to correct you. What are you smiling for? But it's because I love him. Damn it, that's it. That's
Enough
all.
said. Enough
I'm
said.
not-
Thank you, sis. Thank you, sis. And Trey, you mentioned something a while ago. You said that women often are unaware of the chaos that they bring. To what extent, I guess, to what extent do men have that chaos in them? If you're aware,
Yeah,
she
it comes
mentioned the calm.
it's
I'm
it,
like, oh, men aren't like that.
no, it
You're
comes with
lucky, sis.
the unresolved issues. If you haven't done the work as a man to deal with, for me, I'll just use me as an example, dealing with the abandonment, with not having my dad around. I was a very angry young kid, mad, and blamed my mother for a lot of it. Blamed her for it because she was the only parent around. But when I was really angry, I was angry at my father. I'll tell you how angry I once was one time. I was having a little bit of an issue with my son at the time. And I remember I was on a department at the time, and I used every resource I had to look this man up. I didn't even know what he looked like. That's how long it took for me to even find out what he looked like. I pulled up his mugshot. He had a PCP arrest and another drug arrest or something like that. And I took a picture and I sent the picture to my mother and said, "Is this my father?" And she replied, she said, "Yeah, that's him." These things that happen, if you as a man, you don't deal with it in whatever way that may be. For some people, it may be therapy. Therapy will never work for me. I had to go do something else. Go to the gym, kickboxing, boxing, go play golf, right? I had to go do something else to get my mind off it, to get that anger out, right? If we don't deal with it, then we do become chaotic. And we are a mess. We are a tornado. The only difference is, with us, Alicia, it's dangerous because men who have unchecked emotions can be violent and can literally hurt people.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what I know for a fact because I've seen it happen, right? So that's why it's important for men to find a way to check those emotions, because if they go unchecked, people typically get hurt, and he typically ends up dealing with the consequences, which could be prison or death.
So thank you. And I want to ask, because so many of us as women try to save the man. We can't save them, right? They have to deal with it on their own, correct?
You can't save them, but you can support them. Like I said before, I've had days. I'll tell you another story. I got into a shooting December 24, 2014. And I was shook up because I felt as though he was on a deletion mission. Like he wanted us to do that because he didn't have to. I think everybody knows that if you pull a gun on a cop, you know what's going. Everybody knows the end result of that. Right. I feel like he did it on purpose. I was messed up behind this. Because on Christmas Eve, I had to take somebody's life over $11 in a robbery. He pistol whipped a woman. He took $11 and her ID from her. And then he ran from us. And then when we finally stopped it, he pulled a gun on us. I was messed up. The woman I was dating at the time, she didn't say anything. When I got around her, she said, come on. She said, get dressed. Come on. She said, grab your gloves. We went to the gym that I normally went to. She stood there. She held her little self. She tried to hold that back. She tried to hold that bag, and she said,
She's
"Baby,"
swinging with it too.
she said, "Baby, let it out." I was jacked up. People think that when you take somebody's life, that it's all, I'm the man, and no, no, it haunted me. It still haunts me every year on the 24th of December. My Christmas Eve is jacked up. Because I get the memory of what I had to do, right? But she can't fix that, but she can support me. She knew that therapy wasn't going to work. She told me, grab my gloves, come on, babe. And her little, she was all 5'2", and she's just trying to hold that punching bag, and I'm letting it out. Tears coming down, I'm letting it out because I'm like, why would he do that? Why would he do that? That's what I think that they can do, Alicia. I think that women can be supportive. It doesn't always have to be verbally. Sometimes it's just in your actions. Sometimes it's just a hug.
A rub too. A rub too.
Yeah.
But sometimes that rub lead the wrong way. But
that's fine.
It's all right.
That's fine. It's still an outlet. It's still an outlet. And sex is a vulnerable place. If you have a sex with somebody, you are essentially vulnerable. You butt naked.
Of course now.
So if he wants to go that route, I would dare say he's actually being more vulnerable than I would have been. Because I'm still kind of guarded. I got my gloves on and I got my hands up. My hands ain't up if we having sex. I'm just saying.
But I think she did good by doing that with you, though, Trey, because she knew what you needed at the time. That's amazing when a woman understands, she's not shouting, she's not screaming, she's not telling you to get over this and that. She's with you on your side. And I'm gonna share something with you. A lot of our brothers don't have that. They be married to like the op. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I always tell my sisters, I don't care what he going through for the day. You co-sign that ish. If he calling the supervisor MFer, you call the supervisor MFer. Anytime, you know what I'm saying? You got the co-sign. Now, later in the night now, when y'all lay down, then you touch him on his chest and you say, baby, now we need this job. And he grab your hand. He said, I know we need this job. He said, I just need to get that out. See, that's not the time to correct him when he upset about it. You got to wait till after he done ate and he's calm and he's relaxed. Then you can say something to him. I think we forget that sometimes as being, the helpmeet.
Alicia, I would imagine that in a marriage, this is what healthy would be, right? The wife knows her husband. She knows how to support him. The kids are able to see this, right? So this transfers into the next generation versus her being non-supportive and it going from something that could have been easily dealt with into a big tornado of emotions. And now we're not seeing healthy in the home anymore. And that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that I know certainly as an adult, I learned it as when I became an adult, but I don't think the generations of the past understand how influential you are as parents. We watch everything. My daughter sees everything. I have tried to be sneaky, to hide. I can't do nothing. She see everything. And whatever she don't see, she's got intuition and a sixth sense. She think it's happening.
Yeah.
So the kids see everything. It's vital. It's important. That's why I say I don't have these blowout arguments with her mom. And listen, there's times. There's times, you know what I mean? But nope, me and your mom, we get along. That's all you're going to see. You're going to see us getting along. That's it and that's all. It's important. But that support, if a young boy sees that every time his dad was going through something, mom supported him, that's to be the expectation as he gets older. He's going to look for a woman that supports him rather than fights with him.
True.
So I have a question, ladies and gentlemen. And Del Monte, have you returned? Is that Del Monte?
No, but I'm here. No.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Pan. Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome. I have a question, ladies and gentlemen. How long? And is there someone else? Are we missing someone else?
Yes,
Jersey
me.
Watcher, a guest of mine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What was the
Somebody, I
name?
heard somebody
Jersey.
else.
Jersey Watcher.
Jersey Watcher. Hello. Welcome, Jersey Watcher. Question,
I
ladies
am
and
boss
gentlemen.
man as well.
Hey, boss man.
Hi, how you doing?
Boss man, really quickly. What did you prepare? What did you cook?
Oh,
Hey, what's up?
beef
Sorry, I was on mute.
Hey.
beef bolognese rigatoni.
Oh, Jesus.
Ooh, bolognese from Bologna. All right. Lasagna bolognese.
How far are you? Can I get a plate?
Oh my goodness. That was a long
You're
time.
gonna have.
What's that? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, question. How long do you support the chaos in your spouse? At what point do you say there's nothing else I can do? Because it's coming out, as Trey said, coming out as violence for a man or whatever it looks like for a woman. How long do you support them? Who's that? Mr. Payne?
Yeah, that's funny.
I don't know if I can answer that.
I don't know
Because-
the answer to that.
That's a good one.
Spilling out and affecting
No.
everybody, affecting the family. What do you do?
No, mine was for 2 years. So I don't even know. Mine was 2 years. The first 2 years of our marriage, it was like a hurricane and tornado. So I can't. And now I'll share something with you.
Think he lost.
Since I got 2 years of grace, okay, 2 years of grace. Anything after 2 years, you're a problem. But 2 years of grace, you know.
But that's the key to what you said. Take heed. It depends on what the issue is, right? Because we all come to a marriage with whatever proclivities we have, propensities that we have, and sometimes you have to curb them. And so everything's not weighed the same, right? So you do your vetting and you get into the marriage, and then you find out what's extra that you didn't find out before. Now that you're living with somebody, so. Most of the things that you can fix, you fix through conversation. You just really do. And if your partner and one of the things that you vet is if your partner is willing to listen to you. Because if she's not willing to listen to you at all, maybe you shouldn't be married. So you kind of know you have an in. I mean, I had to correct some of my things. I used to curse a whole lot more. But when I argue with my wife, I used to drop the F-bombs and shit and stuff like that. Even though I wasn't calling her an MF or anything. No matter what, even if I was right, if I drop an F-bomb in the argument, she would shut down. So I had to learn to say, I learned. I said, okay. So we had this little dispute. It wasn't over anything special, right? And I wouldn't curse. And I could see her just waiting for me to say it, to just drop the F-bomb so I could walk out the room. And I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it, right? She said, you ain't cursing just so I have to listen to you. I swear to God, she said that. And I just burst out laughing. And she started laughing. We forgot what we were even arguing about. I said, and I do not curse her on wife. So what I need her to hear me is just regular King's English. And so that's just a one little thing that I do. But we had some more serious things. And even though some things you just kind of live with because you weigh that against your vows and what you can really take. And I never had the situation between me and her where anything raised to the level where I couldn't live with. And damn sure she had to feel the same way about me because I'm pretty high maintenance and shit, so. So that's when you got a real one. My wife is still there, man. She does all kinds of stuff for me, but she knows in return that I give her everything else. I mean, I give her all the stuff I have. And she might be secretly saying, buddy, it ain't really that's not really enough, but I'll take it. So I don't know.
OG, did you say you was high maintenance?
Oh yeah, I'm high maintenance like a mother.
OG, because it was breaking up, and I said, I know the dude didn't say
Yeah,
he was high maintenance.
I'm high maintenance, man.
Oh,
Thank you.
goodness.
Absolutely.
I'm messing with you, man. That's funny. That was funny, man.
Anyway, so that's it. I mean, you know what? So that's a good question, though, Alicia. That's a good
I like
question.
it
But
too.
if you find, I'm trying to think, you know, what's better is what kind of stuff can't you live with? And if you can't, that's the stuff you don't get married for, right? You have to vet those kind of deal breakers out before you to say I do's and go down the line, right? So that means you got to have a lot of meaningful conversations before you put that ring on her finger, because once you get married, you shouldn't be finding out something that's a deal breaker.
Yeah.
That's
If the
Pop
if
up.
the if the chaos is not violent or it's not resulting in her cheating, you signed up for it. See, this is one of my biggest issues with marriage. This is one of
Yeah.
my biggest issues with marriage. If it's not violent and she's not opening her legs to another man, you got to deal with it, because that's what you promised. That was the covenant you made. That was the deal you made. That was a contract you signed. However you want to put it. That's why this whole idea of, well, I can get out of it because you made my life chaotic. Nah, that's not how that works. Guess what? We in a tornado together now, because that's what we signed up for. And that's the issue. What's the point of getting married if there's always an out? There's an out. I don't understand it. It's one thing if he's going upside your head, his chaos is turning into violence, or her chaos is turning into violence, or her chaos is turning into neglect or something. That's different. I can understand that.
And
But
Trey, I want you to hold that. I mean to interrupt, but I want you to hold that because we're going to circle back to this with another question. We're going to dive deep. Did anyone else have anything to add?
Yeah, I got a little something, you know, to answer your question. Well, how long will you keep the chaos? Well, it depends on how much chaos you have to deal with outside the marriage or outside the world. And let me tell you something, you know, going out in the world, I mean, especially as a teacher, I've dealt with so much chaos already.
Thank you, doctor.
Mm.
Oh my
And
gosh.
so now, I mean, men, you might have experienced chaos in your workplace, in the outside world, or what have you. Okay, so just imagine, you get married to a woman, or you meet a woman, bring even more chaos. You're not going to be able to take it anymore. I mean, you will go crazy. All right, so this is why, you know, if I get a chance, you know, to get another woman, I'm going to be vetting like crazy. Because, I mean, like I say, I've already dealt with enough chaos as it is, and I've been talking to lots and lots and lots of people. Let me tell you something. I had been in 4 relationships. Okay, now it wasn't very chaotic, but I felt it was more one-sided. I have not shouted or anything like that, but it was just one-sided because, well, I found out the realities of relationships. I did not know what they were all about, nor did I have a full understanding about my role as a man. But now, from what I've learned outside these YouTube streets, I finally get to understand that now. So, I want to have that opportunity, to be with the woman. And when I get that opportunity, I'll know what to do. But first, I want to make sure that I can handle the chaos from the outside world better so that I don't bring it home to the person.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm glad you mentioned the thorough vetting process, everyone. Just to plug next week's episode, we will discuss how to vet. And I would love your opinions and then your advice and your tips. Whatever you have to bring to the table. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, did anyone else want to answer the question? How much chaos can you take?
One thing I would like to add, though, remember now, as the men, we are supposed to be the order to a woman's chaos. Now, we're not supposed to be bringing a lot of chaos as men into the marriage. Not really. I mean, it depends on what kind of man you are. If you have a plan and you got a direction you want to go in,
Stop it.
Black
listen,
man unfiltered.
That's all right, man. First of all, the guy, you pretty much forced me to come on, and now he's going to insult me. Anyway, listen. Anyway, we're supposed to be the order to the chaos, but we got Mr. Bennett here. Let him go ahead and chime in.
Mr. Bennett.
I was just sent the link not too long ago, so I'm just literally jumping in like a jump rope. So I have no idea what you're talking about.
Welcome, Mr. Bennett. Welcome.
What's going on, man?
So I'm doing well, guys. Good to see you all.
The question was, how much chaos can you take in a marriage?
Wow.
Yeah, everybody said the same thing. Wow.
I would say very little. I know chaotic people is really based on the individuals. I know there's people who simply live in that. And I've seen couples who for a lot of years can live in that, but it doesn't last. I think my brother might have been probably the biggest example of that I saw. He had a very chaotic household. It was almost like a hostel. And him and his wife, they made it work for almost 30 years. And but it just got to a point where she thought she could do better, or they thought they could do better without each other. And there were times where I told them that, look, what you guys have been able to maintain over the years. I mean, their home was like, every time I went over there was someone else living there. Some cousins, some kids who didn't have a place to stay. It was just like a halfway house. It just really was. Wow. And they kept it good, but
like my house growing up.
It was just like every time it's like someone else was living there,
neighborhood was in my house.
Yeah. And they made it work for a while. And I try to say, look, if you guys went this long as if you think you'll find something better on the outside, and you're not. So you guys are better off just trying to make this thing work. But, I think what ultimately got them was just their stubbornness. Mm-hmm. Like neither one was just willing to really to budge or to compromise. And it when it ended suddenly and then tragically, because unfortunately my sister-in-law, she had passed. She had gotten sick. She passed. And my brother now lives with, just a lot of guilt, a lot of things that should have been said, a lot of beefs that should have been squashed. It was just a very unfortunate situation. And, so it's, that, like I said, that might've been the biggest example of it, but generally it's just not it's toxicity that, could certainly, whether it comes in year 1 or year 30, at the end of the day, unless you do the things that make marriages whole, and come together. Yeah, that's, but a chaotic home, again, you have to have a certain personality for that. And I've seen other couples, seem like every time they're fighting, but they're still together. And if you even talk to them about trying to divorce, you're like, what you talking about? But that's just, I think that's more the outlier than the norm. It shouldn't work that way. You just save yourself a lot of grief and a lot of stress, and just the overall quality of your life.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you can always have something from a health perspective. You can always see the guy who eats bad diet, smokes 5 packs of cigarettes a day, and lives to 95. I mean, but that's not a pattern. That's not a recipe for life. And so when you live into those extremes, it can get you at any time, but I would never recommend that for anybody. Like I said, now household, my girls tell me all the time, my wife and I, we are the most boring.
Boring is great.
Boring. I mean,
yes.
we got no receipts. We got no stories. They can go back to their friends and tell their friends about, my mom and dad, they got into this big fight, and we don't live for that. So for us, boring, steady, consistent. reliable, dependable. Those are attributes that my wife and I value greatly, because it allows us to go and be our best selves, certainly in our occupations and in our, with our other families and whatnot. So when we come together, the last thing we worry about is us. So yeah, sorry kids, my parents, they've been married, they got married, they stayed married. What else you want to know? There's really nothing else there.
But boring is typically successful.
Boring is safe.
It's true.
Yeah.
Boring
It's
is
true.
safe.
Boring is typically successful. If you look at anything, even with businesses, boring. Tim Duncan was boring.
Yeah, Derek Jeter was boring. Derek Jeter, Tim Duncan. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, but the guy, the flashes in the pan, the guys who the big personalities and whatnot. It's exciting, especially when you're winning. It's great. It's almost intoxicating, but ultimately at the end. But there's a reason why we say intoxicating and toxic. Like the same root word is the same. So it feels good for the moment. It's like, man, this is great when you see these hot and cold couples that if they're not fighting, they're having sex. They just go from one extreme to the next, and yeah, you can that's almost like a drug high. But it runs out. You're just not going to get the fuel to get to the end. Yeah, it's like I can't do that. So yeah. So give me, Mrs. Consistent. I never worry about what wife I'm coming home to. She's still a woman at the end of the day, so I'm always going to have to deal with something. But that just goes with the species. But at the end of the day, I can come home and just walk very securely in my home and the things that I do. And so it's great. So yeah, so I wouldn't recommend chaotic, toxic relationships. But like I said, at the end of the day, it starts with the people. And I think a lot of people, you just draw and it just attract a lot of negativity or toxicity to your life. And you're taking that to a marriage. Marriage doesn't make it better, And so you
shines the light on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Mr. Bennett, you said this.
Can anybody hear me?
I think people gloss over.
We
Yeah,
can hear
Monte,
you.
we can hear you.
Yeah. I'm gonna just finish this real quick. When you said about your wife, that just because I tell everybody, just because my wife married me, she never stopped being a woman. She never, they stay a woman from day one to the end, man. So you always got to stay on your P's and Q's and understand that there's a certain nature to ladies.
Absolutely.
You got to be able to deal with that. And it's not always negative, because the positive traits is what propels the marriage too. You need all of it.
Right.
So that's that.
Right. And I think it helps certainly as a husband, you learn to love that to an extent. You know what I mean? It's like, you can try as hard as you can to try to form and fashion her to you. That only goes so far. At the end of the day, they're still going to be themselves. You have to love them. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And that was something probably the first 10 years. Yeah, my wife and I tussled over that a lot. But once I got into a point where I could love her or know how to love her, then that just made things just a whole lot better. And she became more understanding of me and how I thought and the way I moved. And so I earned more of her trust over time as well. But yeah, the fighting over you need to do this better or whatever, that didn't work.
Mr. Bennett, can I ask you, was your wife boring when y'all met? No, I'm not.
Oh, you said boring.
No.
I thought you said boring. I thought you said boring. You said boring.
I'm asking a serious question because I'm looking for boring.
Boring.
It's hard to find boring.
I think based on the standards, it's going back to 96. So for the time, yeah, I would say so. She was, she wasn't, definitely not she would go to clubs, but I wouldn't call her necessarily a party girl. She wasn't, promiscuous. Like I said, she was a virgin when I married her. And in fact, that's the reason why,
she was super boring.
Yeah. So
What
yeah,
does
there was,
that mean,
Oh,
Trey? What does
so,
that mean?
I think he
It,
means
Mr.
it,
not in
Bennett,
it,
his
it
you,
means
truths,
it
Mr.
right?
means
Bennett, it
listen.
sounds good, sir. What
No,
the
no,
yeah.
I'm not using
Right.
boring as a negative. You
No,
No,
that's
I didn't. I
great.
didn't. I
using it
didn't take
as
it
a
that way. I
negative.
didn't take it that way at all. I didn't. I didn't
Yeah.
take it that way at all.
Okay.
No,
I'm
not
Boring.
only
not at all.
playing with you,
I
Trey.
just
I'm
said
only playing.
boring is successful. Boring is
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I didn't take it that. I didn't take it that way at all.
Trey.
But yeah, but pretty
Hey,
much
I wanted to
she
ask
was
Dr.
that person.
Steele. I wanted to ask
Yeah.
Dr. Steele something.
Yeah,
Can
what's your
anybody
time?
hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you good.
we can hear you.
Yeah, because I'm getting lag and all that. And it's like y'all chopping up while I'm watching y'all. But Dr. Steele, you look familiar. Have you been in documentaries in like early 2000s and late 90s? Like,
No.
no, sir?
Mm.
Okay.
No
Because you look
documentary.
familiar like a couple of people when I was living in Queens, we go
BMU.
by I go by the train and they'll have all the brothers be having all the books, so they'll have different documentaries. And you remind me of somebody in one of those or something on cable or something back in the day in the 90s in New York, back a long time ago, and you had like a lecture or something. But if it's not you, that's
He's
my
got that
bad. You
face
look
though.
familiar. You just
He's
He
got that
does.
face though.
He
He
does.
does.
He could be.
Yes,
He could
sir.
definitely be at SUNY College in the
He does.
Africana studies. I could definitely see him
Mhm.
working that. So,
Mhm, I agree.
Like a scholar.
yeah, absolutely.
Did anyone else have anything to add to the question?
Yeah, I like to add this, but I'm not going to be long
Welcome, Lee.
because
Welcome.
yeah, I'm not going to be long because today is my off day. But the conversation was so good that I couldn't leave out something that Trey said.
Thank you for joining.
And what we need to really do is focus on how we take care of each other. And what he spoke to about his girl knowing what he needed is an aspect of womanhood that is often neglected. I'll tell you this. Somebody asked me the other day, what's the difference between today's woman and women of old? I said, today's women tell you how good they are.
I'm a PhD.
But women of old tell you how good you are. You know what I'm saying? And that inspiration is a key ingredient that's missing in today's woman.
Sure.
And you can tell by the ones who actually are married, that's been married for a long time. They always hold their husbands in high regard. You can tell by listening to Take Heed how she talks about her husband. You can tell by how Mr. Bennett wife treats him. You see what I'm saying? And how he holds her up in high regard. But the thing about it is that we get out of practice out of understanding our mates. And I think that's the issue. We're too busy trying to survive the world instead of closing the world out and just focusing on each other and anticipating each other's needs. So I think that is something that we need to get back to. And I think I needed to say that because I highlighted it a minute ago and Black David started talking about Africa. And I told him, don't make me come up here. You know what I'm saying? You're going to highlight my stuff. Well, anyway, make a long story short, I'm not going to hold you guys because I got Jeff in the back. And I want to make sure that I let him up, and I didn't want to hog the show, but I wanted to make sure I get that out there because what Trey said was very, very important. I did not want you guys to miss that because it's the reason why women are special. It's the reason what makes them special. And the minute that women forget how special they are, that's when we lose altogether. So the men are going to do what they're going to do. They're going to support you. They're going to make sure they take care of you. They're going to protect you. They're going to provide. But ladies, I need you to still do your part. I need you to be inspirational. I need you to be feminine. I need you to be beautiful. You see what I'm saying? I need you to be able to inspire your husband to greatness, even though he may not feel it at that particular moment. And sometimes when he doesn't want to be great, you need to let him know it's okay. Take a day off. Take your cape off. Take your boots off. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you how great you are. Rest on my bosom. You see what I'm saying? That type of thing. So I just wanted to make sure I get that out there. I'm not going to hog the show because I have a full calendar tomorrow. I got podcasts I got to do all day, and I need to get my rest and my sleep because sometimes I can overdo it. But I just thought I'd come up here and share that with you guys tonight. Thank you so much.
Great drop. As always.
You enjoy your night.
Yeah. I'm gonna drop off also. Again, just wanted to come say hi. I think it's my first time on your show. So congrats on the show. I like the tone and tenor in which you guys carry it. And certainly it'd be a pleasure to come on again. Like I said, I've been scrambling, just doing some planning. I had to go into my garage And again, I got to start preparing for my mom's homegoing. So I
Yeah.
found some old pictures and whatnot. So I got the scanner open. I got, so I'm just working it here. But again, things are good, and just looking forward to again giving her the appropriate send off. But I'm not taking any time off. I'm not a griever. I'm not, I don't need to be in a room by myself holding the pillows. Like, still work, train, do my thing, be about my business, and because that's what she would want. And so certainly, no slowing down on this end. But again, certainly looking forward to dropping by and seeing you guys again. And as usual, Jeff comes on. I got to drop off. No, but I appreciate. Listen, I am not running for you, bro. This is not planned at all for me to come on. But but it's good to see you. And again, shout out. You see, sister, these bold and beautiful, beneficent, benevolent ball brothers here. You see the follically free here. So I just love seeing all these ball heads.
Yeah,
on
it's
camera.
awesome.
So it's just awesome. So again,
I guess
from
I
the
gotta get
7B
on camera for there to be some
from the
damn
7
hair in this motherfucker.
from the 7B president, salute all you ball brothers out there. So
Good night, Mr. Bennett.
you guys have a great
Night,
night. I'll see you
Mr.
guys
Bennett.
next time. Take care.
Y'all are so silly in the chat. Oh my goodness.
Boy, y'all.
No,
and
black
y'all
man is cutting up in there.
You
I'm
see that?
sorry.
Tell it
Man,
go.
Cutting up. He's terrible.
My phone about to die, and I've been
Oh.
knowing about Brother Jeff for a long time from when he was on another show and everything. Man, I remember him from back in the day, a few years ago. Yeah, but y'all two the other night, man, y'all was off the chain. Y'all had me dying laughing. You and Troy and all that. That I'm like, oh my God, y'all had us.
I'm
Y'all
gonna
got-
block
y'all got
that
us
one
killed.
out. I'm gonna block that
Yeah.
one out.
Yeah,
That was a bit much.
Yeah, it was too much.
Mm-mm.
We supposed to be building, but it was still funny.
Green beans.
Y'all know how I am. I don't care. Shit.
I know you act up.
Thank you, Green Beans. You have a lovely night. All right.
Is
Welcome,
there
Uncle
another
Jeff.
question? Is there another question?
Yes.
No,
we got
what were you able to answer the last one? It was how much chaos can you handle? How long can you handle the chaos
Me? You saying?
in a marriage? Yes.
in a marriage.
Oh, I don't know. I ain't never been married, so I don't know. I don't think I will be able to around at this age and the way the day and age is and what I'm carrying. So it's not going. I don't see myself being able to facilitate a woman like that. So I've already see that on the chessboard with the way the country's going and all that. So it just don't seem like it would be a good thing to even be fair to her for me to play that game with a woman. So
Okay.
Awesome. Welcome, Uncle Jeff. Welcome. How you doing?
Hey people, how's everybody doing, man?
Very
right.
well. Very well. Great for another day.
Y'all hear me good?
Yes.
sir.
We
Loud
can
and
hear you.
May I say this is
I can hear you.
Is it low? Do I sound low?
No,
sound
you
fine.
sound good.
Okay. This show, ladies, is one of the reasons I don't let people sit around and talk about sisters and run their mouth on them raggedy, because I think you sisters represent the return of Big Mama.
I'm Big Skinny Mama.
Big skinny.
No, I'm Big Mama. I'm Big Mama. Leave mine as Big Mama.
Okay. Big Mama was Big Mama because her job was big.
Of
Because her
course
love
now.
was big.
Of
Because she
course
cooked
now.
big. Them big old pots she had. Them. Yeah.
man, my grandmother was on one. Boy, my grandmother, shoot, dude, I had the traditional Big Mama. Like, we'll go grocery shopping and some white woman try to talk slick to her or something. She come off with them. She'll defend herself with her. She go from head to toe on her, and it'd be funny as hell. And I'm like, probably 3 years old, 4 years old. I remember that shit like today.
No, my Big Mama wasn't like that. No.
Oh no, I mean my grandmother was cool, but she ain't gonna let nobody talk crazy to her and all that type of thing. It's Midwest type shit over here though.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying though. And then
My
I know I
grandmother
come
carried
from
a
the
knife in
time
church.
when I always say it in the chat, when you had to go pick your own switch off the tree, and you come back with some.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes.
Yep. Everyone had to switch with the engraved name in it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Del Monte, was it you that said that Big Mama made you braid the switches? Was that you? I can't remember who I was talking to about that. Braiding switches. All right, so we are.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, he's gone.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's
Okay.
gone.
Did we
think
get
Jeff
to
has some more to
everyone?
say. I think Jeff has some more to say.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
He did.
Sorry, Uncle Jeff. After you.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. I'm working on brevity. I think like is far more important than love. Love is love is a series of
Just wanna
chemical that
say-
requiring. I hear
Thank you for
somebody.
having me on the
Break it
show.
up.
I appreciate it. I'm the Jersey Watcher YouTube
Hey,
channel.
doing.
Jersey Watcher there's a real bad delay, so we're gonna have to mute your mic.
Try
Okay.
refreshing, dear.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jeff. We got it.
Oh, okay. I think like is far more important than love. I think love is a bunch of brain chemicals that if you think about, if you really love somebody, the insanity necessary. If you're not, if it makes sense, it's probably not as much love as you think. Love is an insane thing. You know how much you gotta, how insane you gotta be to let somebody inject a parasite into your womb that grows for 9 months and then squeezes its way out of your body. Just think about
Possibly killing you.
possibly killing you. That's love. That's love. It's insane. And I think what will sustain a relationship is how much you like an individual, how much you're attracted also by the lessons you need. The people who come to you are the lessons you need. And as far as, and I hate to talk all over the place, but you guys, man, this show was fire. I really was I was, I came up because I was invited. I was just chatting and listening. I had it in the background. Personally, me and my wife start our arguments with what we're sorry for. Okay. And not on no bullshit. I'm sorry because you're a shitty listener. Now, like legitimately, I'm sorry. Let's start here. I shouldn't have came at you like that. This particular thing we're in is because of what I didn't do. And this is my part in it. How do we fix this? Because there's me and there's her. And then between us is this thing called a relationship. And we both have to feed it from both ends. This is how you wind up with a bunch of love, but for somebody you don't like. Because you didn't feed the relationship. They didn't feed you wind up not liking them because more than likely they didn't feed the relationship from their end. They're I don't give a damn about 18th century European white folks' problems. But my wife does. She loves that damn what's the show by Shonda Rhimes? The other
Queen Charlotte.
My wife loves that shit.
I love history. It's awesome.
I don't give a damn, but I'll sit down and go, man, when they gonna find out who Lady Whistledown is? When is this dude gonna go on and just let everybody know he like them short and chubby? Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'll put my ignorant shit in and sit there with her. And my wife likes the way I make popcorn. So I will ask her formally, would you like some popcorn? And I will make popcorn and sit there and take some time.
Would you like a couple?
Would you, oh, she likes her own. It's real. It's real. Popcorn is formal in this house. It's formal. We got the bucket like at the movies. Like I could show you our plastic popcorn bucket.
Lord.
It's just real formal, and that's her thing. She knows what my things are, and we allow each other a life outside of those. And it's easier when chaos does come, when calamity does come, to go through it with a person you like. Work on trying to do things for the other person that make them happy, that don't have shit to do with you. Like Corey, okay, yeah. Is that too long? I'll shut up now.
But you know what? That's the same thing I say on my channel. I always say, my sisters, don't forget to serve. Servitude is needed in marriage. We forget that, and that's how the marriage break down, when you don't have servitude. Even as old as our children are, anytime my husband has finished his plate, my king will tell one of the children, come get this plate for me. And I would tell him, nope, I got it. I'll be doing something. I could be across the other room, across the other part of the house, and I'll be like, nope, I got it, I'm coming. And then we'll do that interaction. He'll give it to me, and I'll tell him, how was it? He'll tell me, it was wonderful, thank you. And then I take the plate to the kitchen. So that servitude has to always remain. It has to always remain. And that's how you stay. You know what I'm saying? That's how y'all have that communication with each other. A lot of us miss that in marriage. We just want to continue to get to the next year without having that servitude. We just want to, what's the next number? You know, and also with affection. We got to stay being affectionate with one another, loving on one another. You know what I'm saying? Thinking about this person, you know, especially if you go grocery shopping, right? You know, this is what he likes. You pick it up. This is what he like. So now when he come home from work and you tell him, baby, this is what I got. This is what I got for you. I already put it up in the refrigerator upstairs. You know what I'm saying? So it's servitude and caring, and got to understand that you and him are one. And I'm done. I'm finished.
Thank you, sis. Thank you, sis. And yes, it should be a pleasure. It should be a pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people are afraid to be decent first.
Ooh,
golly,
nasty.
You so scared. You've been hurt so much. You don't want to be decent first. I got to see you be decent before I'm gonna be decent. And if you both standing there, it's almost like in the movies where you see a gunfight and everybody take cover. Don't nobody want to walk out in the middle of town with their gun down. Somebody asked in the chat. So Corey Joe said, so if you make the popcorn, why don't you pick the movie? Well, that's because we don't keep score. We don't keep score. It's not my turn. It's you. That's another thing. Man, in order to keep score, somebody got to lose. We don't keep score. I wasn't bringing up the shit that she does with me and for me, and how many car shows I drag her out to, and the shows that I like to watch. It wasn't about that. It was about what I give to her from my end. How every day I try to figure out at least one little thing I can do to make her happy. One little thing. I ain't just talking about going to Puerto Rico or going to fucking Spain. Here's Pie Hole. Do y'all have Pie Hole where y'all at? Pie Hole is this company that makes like donut holes, but pie.
Ooh.
Oh,
like you can get a peach cobbler that's that big, and it's a full peach cobbler with a piece of peach in it,
Then you eat a few of them. It's not good.
Oh yeah, it's yeah. 8 of them at one time is diabetes. Yeah,
yeah.
But
Ooh,
she
that sounds
likes
good.
that. I know she like it. So here's some pie hole because it's Wednesday.
I like
Boy.
I don't need a big reason to do sweet shit.
I like that.
Every day
I don't-
should be Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, anniversary, whatever the case may be.
Well, I don't know about every day because
Father's Day now. Father's Day.
Oh, Father's Day.
I was about to say you forgot one there.
Father's Day is horrible. It's not for us.
It is
share it
horrible,
with-
but you know, y'all need to be celebrated every day. I always complain about that. I went to the store where was I at? The 99-cent store. I said to them, why is it only like 5 balloons up here and like 2 cards? And the lady in the store, she said, come on now, mama, you know why. I said, but still, it's not, you know, there's some good husbands out here. This is wrong. And she looked at me, she gonna say, nah, everybody ain't like your husband. And I said, well, that's true. Everybody ain't like my king. But still, you know, you should have more stuff. But I understand.
It's such a cop-out answer. Everybody's not like your husband.
I like what she said, though, because I had smiled at it.
Well, I mean, the compliment to your husband is what it is, but the idea that there aren't a bunch of good men who are husbands out here is utterly ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
They gotta say it.
I watched the men in my family. They were all good husbands. Somebody was talking earlier about, I think it was Lost in Translation, was talking about you know, these words that women use. I think about my great aunts and how they speak in reverence of my great uncles that have passed on, gone. And she always tells us stories about how Uncle James was this and Uncle James was that. Never heard her say a bad word about the man, even when she was pissed at him. And she been mad at him sometimes. I remember a time where she fixed him a plate and he didn't want nothing on that damn plate. Not one thing he put on that plate. He didn't want nothing on that plate. And I just knew, I'm like, okay, I know the women in my family, she's finna fly off the handle here. Nope. She took the plate, went back in the kitchen, made him the plate he wanted, and that was the end of it. Like, it's this idea that, listen, I'm sure there are bad marriages out here. That's obvious. The divorce rate speaks to that. But I think a lot of this is just plain old cop-out. I would never get into a marriage thinking that it's supposed to be easy. I've never gotten into a relationship thinking it was supposed to be easy. Never, not one, ever. I'm the one that is always saying, listen, we're finna go through it. If you think that Trey is an easy man to deal with, you have lost your mind. I'm not easy, and I don't ever plan on becoming easy, because I see that if you think that I'm easy, then you become complacent and comfortable. And I don't want that. I don't want a woman who's good and comfortable, because I've done that before, and all she did was gain weight, and I don't want that. So I don't want you feeling comfortable. Yes, I am difficult. You want to know why? Because I'm a thinker. I use my head. I think about everything.
You don't ever want it to be calm, though, Trey? Like, there's a time when marriage is calm, like everything is at peace. There's a time that when that comes.
There's a difference between calm and comfortability, though.
Okay.
The difference.
Okay.
You know, you can be comfortable and still be chaotic. You can be comfortable and you're chaos. So I don't want people. I don't ever want to be with a woman who thinks it's gonna be okay for her to just kick her feet up. He got it. Nah.
Yeah, but Trey, that's not the jet stream. That's not the jet stream she's talking about. Because I know where you're coming from. There's a piece that comes over you, but that doesn't mean either one of you take each other for granted or the situation for granted
at all.
But there is a piece that does come in. But I've been at the game for so many years. I mean, me and my wife are just simply at peace, you know, and it's not that we don't have any conversation, all that kind of stuff. But I know what you're saying, Trey. But she doesn't take me for granted, and I definitely don't take her for granted, even after all these years.
No, me either. And I'm in that season now, and I'm going on 17 years. I'm in that season of calmness and peace. That, you know, we want to be around each other like all the time, because that's what we do, you know. And I always laugh at that, because check this out. Black Man Unfiltered hit me tonight. Like, he hit me up on my phone and was like, take heed, da 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 da. And I'm like, you know, I'm already laying in the bed with my husband. And we already just laying there, talking. He's holding me. That's it. And then I looked at my husband. He said, "Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. I'll wait for you." So that's the thing. I'm already in that zone of like calmness already. Hey, work class. I'm already in that now. And I'll share something with you. A lot of women get to this point of calmness in their marriage, and they're like, I'm bored. I'm done. I'm ready to run. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not. I'm like, I'm loving it. I don't want to graduate. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my take on it.
Well, you got grown.
Oh, true.
Once you get grown, once you get grown, and God bless people that don't like they woman or they man. Once you get grown, you understand that war is for everywhere else. I'm not at war. I literally enjoy, but could be because I'm knocking the shit out of 60. I like my wife. I like her. I ain't talking about how fine she is. I ain't talking about. I like you. I really. We can play backgammon for hours. I like you. And I don't need anybody else to understand it. I don't give a damn if they do or don't. It's a peace. You can't get to peace until you understand that you're not at war. Until you don't look at you don't look at decency as some rate of exchange. You don't trade decency. You are decent.
So you are.
You don't trade kindness. You are kind. You don't trade favors. You are available to one another.
Mike.
Oh, sorry.
We are there for one another for whatever you need, however you need it. It's not about trying to figure out like I also believe in this with regard to complacency. Can I cuss?
I'm not sure.
Okay. If you want your mate to fuck only you, you have an obligation to stay fuckable. And that goes both ways. You have an obligation. You want me to fuck only you? Then nigga do some push-ups. You want me to fuck only you? Then don't just sit up talking about this is baby fat. Well, damn it, how many babies did you eat?
I'm not gonna laugh at that because I'm the only big girl on this panel. I'm not gonna laugh at that tonight, Uncle Jeff. I'm not.
No, but that's I ain't even throwing rocks at big girls. I'm not throwing rocks. That's because you are a beautiful sister and you are your man's taste. But I don't consider you a complacent woman by any means. I don't consider you to be I don't see you taking your man for granted. I don't see him taking you for granted from what I've seen, from what you present here. And that's a healthy place to be in. I get my ass up and go around the Rose Bowl and I do my push-ups daily because I know what my wife look like and I know what them niggas look like at the gym she work out at. I have an obligation if I'm not sick, I have an obligation to stay fuckable. There's a good and I don't know if y'all seeing Corey Joe S2 Better in the chat.
Yes.
But I brother, my heart goes out to you. I sure hope that one day you can love without your fist ball up. I hope you can put your guard down. I hope. If I find out my wife is fucking my brother, guess what? She just destroyed pure, unadulterated honest love. Who's the fool? Everybody's so scared of being made a fool of. You are not a fool for loving someone. You're not. If you give somebody your heart purely and they step on it, do you know how many horrible people there are out here? Brother, you pick your heart up and move on.
Yep.
Let her try to find that again.
No.
Let him try to find that again.
Thanks.
You owe pure love to your soul. Now you owe finding the right person to give it to your consciousness. But you owe pure love to your soul. Corey, I'm talking to your subconscious. I'm not talking to the conscious you. The conscious you can't wait to just type something slick. I'm talking to the subconscious you, the part of you that thinks that you keep score when you make popcorn and that we give in too much. It's not possible for me to give in to my wife too much. That's my job.
All right. Well, we are going to welcome. We're going to. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you. We have a super chat. And then Uncle Jeff, were you finished here?
Oh, yeah. Look here, man. This subconscious got enough. He'll come out with something else slick. I'm done.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll read the super chat. We'll welcome Brother World Class. And anyone else I'm missing? What was the super chat, David?
It's right there. Yeah. This is what Jeff was talking about. So put it up there.
I see it. here. This is from Corey. I think men take the back seat too much, especially the boomers, and they try to teach X to be fooled, played, and punked. Men know your role.
Yeah, you don't know nothing about boomers.
Thank you, Corey, for your opinion.
I'm not a boomer.
I appreciate that.
But I am, and he don't know nothing about no boomers by saying that. But anyway.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. World Class, welcome, brother.
Pandora, though.
What'd you say?
And welcome, brother. And we're gonna move on to the next question.
For my wife.
We're gonna move to the next question. Did you want me to just read the question, David, instead of displaying it? Because I have it here on my end. Oh, you have it? No, it was 16. It was 16, dear.
Okay.
There we go. All right. Do you see a future? And this is to the men. Do you see a future in which husbands believe that no Black woman is capable of being a wife, gentlemen?
That's nasty.
Do I see a future?
Oh, that is nasty.
In which husbands?
I can see it. Okay, so when let me
men who want to be husbands.
So I can't see it on certain trajectories, but though I think the trajectory we're on where husbands believe that no Black woman is capable of being a wife, I think because again, and then like y'all are here, and I think we see enough, at least in this space and in real life, where there's decent women, saying that represents the real shit. So I don't think that'll happen. I can see it if certain things get out of control, yeah. But I don't think that's going to be a thing where they think no one.
Could you give us an example
of what?
Of things getting out of control.
It's hard to think like a devil. I just think at the sexy, like when I think critical mass comes to mind, right? When you have more of our children thinking that sexy red is the way to go and things like that over the next 10 years, then I could see it going in that direction. And then people justifying that behavior, Black women justifying that behavior. Again, I can't see it because one of the biggest threats that I seen in the community was the Cynthia G shit with delete all Black boys, but she kind of got her ass up out of there. YouTube got her ass out of here, so I'm a little more faithful. Shout out to the white lady that had to have, but that's funny though. That shit is crazy. I had to say that.
Yeah, that's funny. It had to be a white lady to do it.
Like the white lady did that. That shit was crazy. Yeah. But I think almost everything's possible. We say it in a positive sense, but I think there are things that exist now, so we're not being fanciful, that if it grows too much, the shooting people barefaced thing that the little boys are doing, the like I just stated, the delete all black boys thing, the level of delusion that you see a lot of women go through, if that continues to grow and it's not pushed back by women like yourselves, brothers like BMU, to have a lot of all of us up here and say stuff. I think we don't seem like it matters, but I think it don't seem like it's affecting. But I think just being the type of people we are and speaking against it gives us an opportunity, these viewers, to see, to be able to see something and go, what, that shit don't make sense. I don't have to tolerate that. I don't think it's really I don't think we're on that trajectory. But I think a lot of men generally right now, more than too many men don't see black women as marriageable. Generally overall, but like my guy Ellis said, Ellis Avical, he said that the good women and the fake women are so close, the women we don't want, that we can't tell a difference until we talk to you. So I've talked to enough to go, what, some dope women in the space. So, like Alexis from Texas, shout out to her. And we got faith. We got faith in y'all. Y'all done gave me some faith. I wonder what Trey gonna say, but.
Look at Trey holding the mouth.
Gentlemen, whoever would like to go next.
BMU, I'm holding you accountable for everything Trey said.
You ready to use Trey?
I guess I'll just get it out then.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that we're going to come to a time. I think, listen, Take Heed said something on her channel that actually resonated with me. So I'm about to give you a little bit of your flowers here for a second, Take Heed. You said something that I actually thought about later on in the day. I've actually tried to excommunicate from the black community. I tried dated white women and Asian women and some other, and somehow I found myself right back with a black woman, and then eventually had a daughter with her. Right, beautiful black woman,
seasoned salt,
and had a beautiful daughter with her. I think there's something that's just in us that we love black women. Mm-hmm. I've said this before. I've been fortunate enough to travel the world. I've been to the Czech Republic and Korea and Japan and Israel before they were, in a war. Africa. To me, there is nothing. I have not seen more attractive women than women with some sort of African descent or heritage. I have not seen a more attractive woman.
I like that.
I don't think that black men are ever going to be in a position where we're going to give up. I will say this, this idea that it's okay for black women to be a project is annoying as hell. It is annoying. This idea that you're going to come to the table and then I'm just supposed to just take whatever you put on the table and sort of make some sort of gourmet meal out of whatever the fuck you put on the table and fix it. It's annoying. I would like to see black women start to get to a point where men, we're tripping over each other to get to the woman of quality. We're fighting each other. No, I want her because that's a really, really, really good woman. I would like for us to get to that point, and unfortunately, we're not at that point right now. Whereas most of us men who really want women with quality and substance, we're actually running away. We're running the opposite way. But do I think that we'll get to a point where we'll think that there are no women or no black women who can be wives? No, I don't. I don't believe that at all. I think that deep down inside, we know the real cause of the problem. We know this. A lot of this, some of it, majority of it is systemic. And a lot of these women have been fooled and conditioned. Malcolm X said it. You've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, run amok, led astray, hoodwinked. Y'all been lied to. I think a lot of us as black men, we know that. So I think that we give you some grace because we know that one of the first things I got to do is I got to break that whole, I'm independent and I don't need bullshit. Of course you need me. This guy's crazy. I'm better than a job. That's just the truth. I'm better than a job. You will know you won't have to work 40 hours and ask for time off if you're with me. Never. I'm better than your job. So of course we need each other.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's ever going to be a time where we think, no, these women aren't wives. I think what black men, the point we're getting into is we're just understanding there's just so much work. And a lot of men are just saying, I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I want to put in that effort. But conversely, there are a lot of men on the other side who are saying, I got it. I can handle it, and I will put in the work. Take heed. Am I wrong on that or right? There are black men that are saying, I'll put in the work.
Listen. I always say this on my channel is that if she's willing to change, if she has the mindset to change, you can work on that project. But if she doesn't have the mindset, baby, you gotta run.
Run.
You gotta run if she don't have that mindset. So I could never tell a man to give up on a woman if she wants change. Because I'm gonna share something with you. My king showed me grace. He showed me grace and mercy. Even when I didn't want to learn, even when I didn't like it, he showed me grace. So I could never tell a man just give up and say forget it. If she doesn't want to seek change, she doesn't want to listen, she doesn't want to be obedient. Okay, and I know we don't like that word.
I love it.
But it's true. If she doesn't want to be obedient, because you can't keep her if she's not being obedient, you won't be able to save her. Because every time you say something, she's gonna say, why I gotta do it, instead of just saying, I'm coming, I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the thing our sisters miss in the whole thing. So because my husband showed me grace and mercy, baby, that's why I'm here today. That's why I could get up here and talk my ish and say I was a baby mama and somebody came and saved me from baby mama laying up the street around the corner.
Baby mama lane is hilarious.
Let me just finish with this real quick.
I'm done.
And I'll be really quick. The grace is different for every man too. It won't be the same for every man. Some men will have a quick trigger. Some men will be willing to wait longer. I think the woman has to be able to identify how much grace this man is going to give you. But I do believe deep down, and I'm talking from an overall standpoint. I'm not just talking from Trey's standpoint, overall standpoint. I think black men, deep down, we do want to be with our sisters, but we're just looking at what's right in front of us, and we're going, I don't know.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Disrespect is hard to swallow.
Yes.
True.
Thank you, gentlemen. Who would like to go next?
I do, because I gotta go. I'm going to do another show right now. But number one, I've been around the world twice for free. If God sent a woman here, I done laid down with the flavor of it. And I'm trying to tell you, ain't nothing like y'all. Nothing. I was with a Guyanese woman who we were compatible. She was in my corner. I used to say her skin looked like a coat of honey over the sun. I would walk into places with her on one arm and her sister on the other, and niggas would stop talking. She was so fine. She was smart. She was funny. She was a hustler. And every now and then, there is a place in my soul that she could touch that my wife massages at will. At will. There's a place in a black man's soul that only a black woman can reach. That's why it hurts so bad when y'all stick us.
Ooh.
Because there's a way a black woman community. Do you know how bad I need my phone when my phone ring and my wife go, nigga, turn on channel 4. That's a whole different thing. But I got to co-sign what Brother Trey said he heard from my man Philosophical. It's never going to be an issue where we don't think we can be happy with any of you, because again, y'all around the world. It's more of you in Brazil than here. There's far more of you in Brazil than here. The thing is that I tell sisters, Mr. Right is looking for you, but he can't find you because you're in disguise. Y'all all wear the same uniform. How come I don't see you? You do not understand how sexy you are in a sundress and some flats with your toes nice. In a pair of sweats with a hat on with your hair just yo nappy, just your afro puffs, your whatever, however it came out your scalp. That's what the dude is looking for. And you've got to separate yourself from the uncoachables. It's on you. Because you got the wrong people doing your press. You got the wrong, when we see you co-sign these other people's behavior, when we see you back what Lizzo does and what pick your dysfunctional black celebrity female. When we see you co-sign that, y'all the ones that snipers. We just throw grenades. Where you think thought come from? That hoe over there. That's a grenade.
I mean, so that's what it means.
We go grenades. We go them hoes over there. Boop. That's how we do. You've got to separate.
Okay.
You've got to separate
That's
you.
what's happening.
If you don't, we don't know where to look. But we show looking for you. We show looking for you. I don't know. I don't know a man. You ever seen a black girl roller skate? Oh shit!
Awesome.
Oh, it's something about you. It's something about you. I keep the faith. I love you. I love y'all. I'm not. I didn't. All I got 5 kids by 2 black ex-wives. Everybody black. So when the green alien chicks get here, if this don't work out with my wife, I get to marry one, and y'all can't say shit because I tried it 3 times.
Yeah.
Okay, but yes, on that, I gotta break out like chicken pox. This has been a dope ass conversation.
Oh,
sisters.
love you,
You
Uncle
still,
Jeff.
you still didn't email
Thank
me,
you.
Uncle Jeff. You still didn't email me.
Shit.
You asked me to send my email. I did. You know what, sir? I'm gonna block you.
No. Please. Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem, sis. Gmail don't like me. Gmail sends my I get all kind of garbage mail, and then the ones I'm looking for, I gotta search for, and they're not in there. Please forgive me. I think I saw your email, and I might have put it in a box. But if you could just please email me one more time. As a matter of fact, if you Mr. Take Heed, if you don't mind, I'm gonna put here's my text me. Here's my phone number in the back chat. As long as Mr. Take Heed don't mind, it'll go right to my phone and I'll get it. That's to any of you. Look, nothing but mad love and respect. This is one of the dopest panels I've ever been on, sisters. You are the best compliment I can pay you is y'all represent the return of Big Mama. Real talk.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Jeff. Thank you. Love you.
Later. You know what, ladies, is one thing that I really accept from when they throw me back in the dark ages. The women back then, the biggest thing that Jeff kind of alluded to, the women took pride in separating themselves from the 304s. In my day, it was way easier to tell the difference between the ladies back then. That's the one thing that I would say, and I would agree with that. A lot of other stuff I don't agree with, but that one was true. Because there was 304s throughout history, but the women took pride in not looking like that. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Gentlemen, did we get to everything?
I think Mr. Steele didn't go. Dr. Steele, I'm sorry.
Dr. Steele, you.
You know what? I think there will always be black women who are capable of being wives. Now,
I have 2 of them.
Oh,
that's scam.
Anyway, here's the way I look at it. There are millions of black women in this country. Millions. So if one say that all millions of black women are not capable of being wives, to me, it's sort of silly. You know, it's just like women saying things about us, in which I know I'm not one of those men. You know, there are other men who are like me or even better than me. There's a million of us. And then too, and I told you, I've been in 4 bad relationships with black women. But at the end of the day, hey, it's only 4, you know. It's just 4 black women out of millions. Okay? You know, that's the thing about being a human being. You know, not all human beings are the same. You know, not all human beings think the same. Not all black men think the same. Not all black women think the same. So yeah, there's always going to be black women who are worthy to be wives. Now, for me, it's a matter of finding out who one of them is.
The search.
Yeah. The search, yeah.
Well, if they would just make it a little bit easier, maybe put a piece of tape that said "wife" on your forehead, something, anything to just kind of show us, like, hey, I'm right here, you right here, anything. Because I do agree with Uncle Jeff on that point. It's very difficult, and world class. It's very difficult to determine which is which.
Yeah,
very difficult. It's like having a black snake and like a mamba. They both snakes. The one will kill your ass, and the other one it'll just hurt a little bit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But like Ella said, you find out when you talk to them. You know, when you engage, and then that becomes the tediousness of engaging in all of these chicks, like the Love Dorsey chick. If I didn't see her speak, I would just write her off as anybody else. You know what I'm saying? As just on looks. And I'm not the one that's gonna be like, girl, don't wear this. I don't really care. If a chick got tattoos, again, I'm fine with the talking to you thing. It just that becomes laborious to have to mine through what you already know is an issue when you look just like them. If I'm going, I'm a high quality guy. I'm this, the that, the third, the fourth, the fifth. You talk to me, I got a warrant. I wear my pants off my ass. I'm a bullshit ass father. Right. Right. And then I got these things going on, but then you go to the world class and you hear me talking like I'm talking, you're like, well, that's confusing. It's I don't really know how to take you, so I can't look like these other motherfuckers and you take me serious. You know what I'm saying? I can't have the language. I can't do that. And women have told themselves, I'm just expressing myself. Well, your fucking expression is excluding yourself. So you got to choose what the fuck you want to do, lady.
Well, I think the excuse that the women of today use as far as the reason why they look like the 304s is because, and I'll try to use their words. That's what y'all like.
Yeah.
That's the excuse.
Mm-hmm.
That's what y'all like. Y'all don't like XYZ. Or when I ask the question, well, why don't you wear your natural hair? Well, y'all don't like this. Anything that all of us men on this panel have repeatedly stated, liking natural hair, stating the preferential desire to not see a woman, inject themselves with BBLs and modify themselves and so on and so forth to emulate what we see on the stage. What do they say? Well, that's what y'all like. Well, no, that we're literally saying to you what we don't like. And instead, you're projecting what oftentimes what women do is that they typically project what they think that we like as to justify what chicanery that they do, and then justify it with that. And they lead with that instead of separating themselves, because in actuality, what it really is that's what they really want to do.
So can I add something to what you're saying, brother? One
of the things I'd like to add something.
It's two factors. It's pain. It's 2 factors. Social media factor, because a lot of men, and men got to be guilty of this. We say we are natural hair, but the ones who look like dots get all the likes and all the attention. You know, so all women, I'm not all women, a lot of women are attention hogs. So the social media has gotten a lot of them, even the good ones. So they see, and then the second part of it, they conflate sexual attention to a romantic or attention that leads to something. So a lot of women think when they get a lot of attention, that a lot of that is that men want to choose them as opposed to just play with them. You know,
Yeah.
so when those things get conflated, you know, when we hear men say, "Well, I like you in natural state," and then they see women in natural state don't get those likes, don't get that attention, they say, "Well, you guys are lying to me."
Well,
You know, so I mean, that's part of it. I think that's part of it.
Can I say this real fast?
Sure.
In response to the ones that dress like the thoughts get more attention. Yeah, they're working more though. They posting more pictures. The women that we want don't post as many pictures. The type of one they're not giving that. It's like not like I got a better batting average. I hit more home runs. You got more at bats. They're doing stuff because they have to in public because they have to false compensate for the lack of value that they got. And to the other gentleman that was talking before, his point, like we know what they're really doing. A lot of the dressing up that they're doing, we watched the little girls start doing it when they're 13, 14, 15. Their fashion is an act of rebellion. They're twerking on TV in public is an act of rebellion. You're just rebelling. We know the prostitute culture. We know what the prostitute culture is about. It's about you rebelling. So don't sit and act like it's something that we want. Because most of the time when you have a pretty girl, you want to be in the motherfucking house. Unless you're the type of nigga that want to flaunt and you want to, you know, have that little trophy. And those are the type of dudes that will, you know, wanted to be out. But you know the consequences and problems that come with having a pretty girl out in public. Often you're gonna act up and you're gonna end up fighting somebody because the nigga gonna say some crazy stuff, grab her butt. You're gonna be in these issues. So when you start calling out these behaviors, especially when women do it, a lot of these things get mitigated. But again, I'm gonna reiterate our pain. The likes that they're getting, and you're correct about that. Everything. I'm not pushing back on nothing else you said with respect to that, because you're correct. They conflate, and I say convolute more than anything. Convolute that attention with somebody actually liking you. No, baby, you just gave something for nothing. I don't have to do anything to see your birth canal. Yeah, that's what that's about. And they are doing that over and over and over and over and over and over again, competing with the other pretty girls or the other whatever girls. And the women that we want, the natural hair, they busy doing their hair because they got to put more in. If any man that live with a woman that do natural hair, you already know you be just sitting there like you done, you ain't done, you ain't done.
All day.
So I
all
appreciate
day.
it. I appreciate it.
Sometimes 2 days.
Yes.
Let's say date. Yeah, it's up.
Thank you, world class. I'm gonna go ahead and
you.
jump in there right quick. To add this particular point, when women tell you that's what you men like, that's a lie. I'm gonna tell you why I know it's a lie. It's a lie because the things that men ask for is a sacrifice. So what they try to do is they try to gaslight you into accepting what they want to give you, which is easier for them. You see what I'm saying? I'll give you an example. They had a video the other day where a whole bunch of women were down in the DR, the DR getting BBLs. There was a whole emergency room full of them.
Oh.
Now, guys have always told women, "Hey, look, we like natural women." So instead of them going to the gym, like Trey said, getting in, fold them clothes, you know what I'm saying? You know, they'll sit up there and say, "Y'all are the ones that like them BBLs." So what they do, they go spend their money, and they go cheat the system, and they go buy a body instead of taking the effort to go in and figure out exactly what nutrition takes to get your body into shape, because it's cheating the system. If you go and you figure out exactly what it takes, nutrition, to go into making your body what it is, that is a process that makes you a better woman because you're exercising your mentality to be a better woman. The reason why men say that is because what's going to happen is the woman is actually the chef of the family. And how she actually teaches her kids to eat is how the family is going to eat. I don't know if y'all ever noticed this, but on every Thanksgiving, when you go home and your family got this whole big old spread, it's the same thing because that's all we eat all the time. I don't know about y'all, but I stopped going to my family meetings and stuff because I don't want to eat that no more.
They don't want
you
me
know
to
what I'm saying? I can't. I said, "Mama, I love you to death, but I can't eat hog maws all the time." You know what I'm saying? I can't eat jowls all the time. That's what got me in trouble now. But at the end of the day, when I'm looking for a wife, and when most men are looking for wives, they're looking for a woman who can actually think for herself and put the interests of the family ahead of her own. But when you cheat the system and you gaslight men into telling them what they really want, you're no better than the rest of these chicks that's out here that's selling 20 in the front and 40 in the back. You see what I'm saying? And men know this. So you cannot cheat your way out of it. Men know better, especially men who's been here a while. You know, I've been on this earth long enough to see Black women at their best, and it is beautiful. And what they've turned into now is a travesty. And I'm going to tell you why. Because back in the day, it was easier to find a good woman because there were more of them. And guys used to write songs about it. I can't wait to get you home. All this other stuff. You know what I mean? They used to make all kind of R&B songs. Now they got songs like These Hoes Ain't Loyal. You know what I mean? Which speaks to behavior. It doesn't speak to what you look like. It speaks to behavior. Okay. So if we can correct the behavior first, then we can work our way down this other stuff. But my thing is this, fellas, never accept an excuse from any woman telling you that's what y'all like. No, it's not, because you didn't listen to what we said we like. You're being willfully rebellious, and we know it, and we're not accepting it. And we got to stop giving women an out, because they're not going to give us an out. They're not going to tell us, hey, you know, the bills ain't paid, we in the dark or whatever. They're not going to hear that from us. We got to show up like men, and we're asking women politely to show up as women. And I think that's the biggest difference. The waiting pool is different. I always tell people when I was a supervisor, I said, there's only two issues in a work relationship. There's a skill issue and there's a will issue. I can teach you the things that you need to do, but if you willfully don't want to do it, you'll have no place in this company. And that's the same way men should take it as well. It's either, baby, it's going to be a skill issue or will issue. And either way, it's going to work itself out. So that's all I had to say about that. I'm going to slide back in the back, but I had to put that out there because I like to cut through the BS to get down to the root of it. Thank you.
Hey, Alicia, I just want to say something because I'm going to hold myself accountable here for a second.
Okay.
I'm actually guilty of this. I'm actually guilty of this, perpetuating the women who have the BBLs and the fake boobs, because I talk about Bernice Burgos all the time, and she fake from the rooter to the tutor. She just fine as hell though.
Oh, okay.
And so one of the things I had to take a second and look and think, if a woman that I was dating, if she saw that this was a woman I considered beautiful, what would she think? And so one of the things I did with my Instagram is I don't follow any OnlyFans, none of them. I don't follow any of them at all. Under any circumstance, I don't follow those pages. None of those. I don't want to send a message that that's something that I want. It's arousing. Don't get me wrong. It's arousing, but it's not something I would commit to. So that's one thing. The other part of this too, I wanted to say is these women who say that that's what we like, they're not talking about guys like me. They're talking about the Pookie Ray Ray types, and say, well, that's what they want. And so you're trying to attract them, and that's why you're dressing that way. You're not trying to attract guys like me, because guys like me aren't attracted to that type of dressing. I've never dated a woman who was, scantily clad in public and had a weave down her back. And I've never dated them type of women. Every woman I've ever dated had her own hair. She didn't wear lashes or any of that. She barely wore makeup, hardly wore makeup. And maybe that was because of the careers that I was in. I was in the military and in law enforcement. Maybe that had something to do with it. But they say that because they want to attract those guys, and they know that's what those guys like. But the other 80% of men, we don't find it attractive and we don't like it. They're not really interested in attracting us because we don't fit that Pookie and Ray Ray bill. I say this all the time. If I sagged my pants and did all this, I probably would get a lot more attention from women. But I wear a belt, so that'll never happen. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Trey. Thank you. And I have to say, that's why it's so crucial that our brothers pour into our girls, because they get to that age, and I'm here, you get to that age where And if the father isn't present and telling that girl she's beautiful and showing her she's beautiful exactly the way she is, the girl doesn't know the difference between a Pookie and a Ray Ray and a decent man. And all she sees is the women who scantily clad getting all of the attention. And she's getting passed over and over and over and over again. I was really apprehensive about showing myself through social media accounts, because I have my game business, but I've only recently started showing myself, and because I'm still I feel like I'm still 13 to an extent, thinking they don't want to see me. No one wants to see me. Sexy Red's getting all the attention, or whoever it is getting all the attention. I don't have that look, so I'm going to be ignored. So that's why I say it's so important for men to fight, do whatever you have to do to be there in their daughter's life. Because moms, we can love them to the moon and back, but it's nothing like their father's love, or a man. If the father isn't present, a man's love. There's no comparison. There's no comparison. So I want to thank you, brothers, for doing all that you all can do, doing all that you do. That didn't sound right, doo-doo.
No, you're good.
Don't worry.
To be in your children's life. Thank you.
I definitely want to camel back off of that, because
yes,
I have a 23-year-old goddaughter. So her dad got deported when she was, I think, 6 months, something like that.
Oh,
so
boy.
I was 15, so I've been her goddad her whole life. So I've raised a grown woman. So all these niggas be talking about women, nigga, I can talk about it because I raised one. And the way I always am with her now, I'm kind of, that's my baby now. So I'm different around her than I am around everybody else. But her confidence is through the roof. She's respectful. She never cussed in front of me, not one time. She even talked about, like, she still like talked about having children. I'll be looking at her like, you still got to wait till you're 35, right? And I just recently told her, now I'm getting to the point. I recently told her that when she was little, her family used to live across the street from her school, and she had this little boy that came to the house that was her friend. And I just recently told her that when she went in the house, I told him, I said, if you hurt my baby, I'm gay. You know what I'm saying? But to your point, and that's why he stopped coming around. So it's my fault. And she was like, you really told him? I said, yeah, I will shoot you. So, but it's something different when a young lady is told that you're beautiful and I'm proud of you. When your dad says it, it just does something different. I'm also an uncle. It's something different from when mom said, I don't know if it's because they don't see us as much. I don't know what it is, but it just means way more to them. That confidence just seems to shoot through the roof when the man that they look up to and they admire says it. So I agree with you on that. I think guys, especially dads, even I watched my homeboy, he got a little girl. He sit for like 2-3 minutes asking who she is, who's beautiful, who's the most, and her confidence. Like when the little girls that I've seen raised like that, my nieces, my goddaughter, the little girl, my friends' daughters, their confidence just be very, very high, and they're respectful. So it does make a difference. Obviously, you still can't, just saying that is not enough. You got to actually be a worthy man. But I think, and I say that, and I spend time on this because I say the solution to all of these conversations is being better parents. I don't see no other solution. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to the good parents.
Thank you.
Can I
World class.
Hello,
Alexis. Welcome, sis.
Yes,
Welcome, sis.
I thought I was like the only thing better than one fro is two fros. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
We appreciate you.
Look, and I want to speak to that as well because I'm a product of that. My father was. I tell people, and I had a conversation with a YouTuber, just not on on the camera, nothing like that. But I was speaking to them about how my dad was big on my confidence. Like I had friends that I thought were beautiful, and it would be like a while later, and they would say stuff like, "Alexis, you get all the guys be liking you," and I was like, "What?" Like, because I'm thinking like, "Yo, they beautiful, like they getting guys too." I'm not in no competition with y'all, and the one thing people would always, females specifically, would say to me, Lexus, you always act like you just the issue. You think you all that. And I'll be like, yo, I really don't act like that. Like, I really don't act like that. But because I had this confidence that my father gave me, and so when I could tell how they would act different around guys, and I was just me. I didn't feel like I had to impress anybody more or anything like that. Because when I walked up, when I walked up the house, I knew what I was, and I would I tell people quickly, I don't feel like I'm the baddest broad ever, but I feel like I'm average. But I got some things with me to where, yeah, so when I step outside, yeah, you you might feel like my confidence is there, but that's something in you. That ain't, you know what I'm saying? That ain't nothing in me that's saying that to you, trying to make you feel that way. But that came from my dad. So when I come outside, if you feel that way, that's just you. But I could see the difference in how my friends who didn't have dads in their lives, how even as a grown woman today, I can see how they make the difference in how they make decisions, how they move, how they talk, everything. Because, you know, it's so important, especially for the brown girls, to have that in them, because, you know, there's a lot of things and stigma with us just being who we are, and having a man in the house to feed that type of thing, like colorism. I didn't know what colorism was until I came into the YouTube space, and I was like, oh dang, I never even thought about that. And then I started thinking in life, like, maybe there was some situations like that, but I never thought about it because my dad didn't make me feel that way. My dad always told me I was beautiful. My dad always had a set the tone for me as far as how I should move and how I should act. So when I had friends that was like, oh, you come out like you all that. Nah, like I got a dad at home, so I don't feel, I'm not out here looking for a daddy and a man. I'm out here looking for a man, for a partner. I'm not looking for a daddy. So we're gonna move differently. And why you mad at me because I move differently? Like, why? Like, if anything, that's something that you need to address with your parent. Have that, you know, have those conversations and things like that. But like I said, I just wanted to tag on that because my dad, to this day, my dad is in my life to this day. Unfortunately, my mom is no longer here, so that's the only parent that I have. And he's still here. That's still my dad is my dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not like that, but that's my dog. Like, we hang out, we kick it, it ain't nah. So even me in this age, I don't care about, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care about how a man view me, as far as like, I'm not that girl that's looking for that piece of you in you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking for that. But because my dad is there, so keep it trucking. But hey, shout I'm out to jealous.
You are
I'm
fortunate.
jealous.
Right?
I'm
Right?
jealous.
Very
Yes.
fortunate.
I'm jealous. You want to know why I'm jealous? Because I didn't have that.
Same here.
I did not have that growing up. You know what I was, when I met my husband, I was looking for a father. Even though I have my father. He's still living. But I was raised with him under being a weekend child, because I was my daddy's side chick baby. So I didn't get to be with him like my other siblings did. So when I met my husband, and even though I was grown and I was in my 20s, I was looking for a father. Everything, you know, Sister Ali, when she get up here and she says that a woman stops at the age of 14, right? Her mindset stops at the age of 14 until she learns something different. So me learning something different was my husband, but my whole issue started from birth. But I always say 5 because I think that was like my first trauma. So my husband, he's the one that was there to say, you're loved, you're beautiful, I need you. So that's why I look at my husband above any man. In my mind, in my heart, in my soul. If my husband tell me no, it's no, and I leave it like that. And that's because I look at him, I have my husband in my mind as a pedestal, like you would have, like you're supposed to have your father. in your mind as a pedestal, in your mind on a high pedestal. So that's how I look at my husband, because the way he took me, the way he loved me unconditionally and told me that I deem you worthy. That's why I
Yeah.
look at him that the way I do. So I'm jealous of you, girl.
Mhm.
I'm done. I'm done.
Hey, can I make
Fortunate.
one real quick point too? Because y'all was talking about the BBLs and all that stuff. I just want to throw this point out there because I've said it to other friends, but I want to say it out here on the platform. I can't stand y'all females with that. I can't stand y'all females with that. Y'all get on my nerves. Like, I don't like you. Like, I don't. And because y'all make it hard for females like me, who all my life I've been busty up top and big down in the bottom, and my dad put me in the headlock, and I couldn't even, if a boy walked past and I just said
Amen.
hi, my dad was like, get your ass in this house. Didn't I tell you not to even talk to a boy? Like, my dad didn't even be waving to a boy.
I'm not having a problem.
And so I don't like y'all because y'all so unrealistic. Like, y'all don't know the struggles that I go through as far as having a small waist, and I can't get a bra that fit me properly, can't get jeans that fit me properly. I don't got none of that. So I don't like y'all. Thank you.
But the legs don't match the behind now. The legs don't match now.
I'm telling you, they wasn't.
Aren't they dying?
They
Aren't they dying? Get no surgeries?
They be looking like they be looking like an olive with two toothpicks.
Lord is nasty.
Lowercase p.
You said looking like a drumstick.
Looking like a drumstick.
Thank you, everyone. Did we get to everyone?
No,
Yeah.
Trey and Dr. Stoengo.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What? No, we answered the question.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
wait,
think
yes, we did. Yes, we did. It was 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
We answered it.
So
yeah.
we're on 17.
What?
Okay, there we go. What do you believe is the greatest obstacle pertaining to marriage?
Ooh.
For me, it's trust. It's
I'm
number
about to
one.
say, go ahead, Trey.
I mean, you just lobbing softballs for me at this point. I mean, goodness. No, honestly,
that was crazy.
Honestly, for me, it's the government. I don't believe that it's difficult to find a good woman, especially a good black. I found them. I've found good black women before. So I'm not gonna sit here and say the issue is, well, the women this and the women that. No, I know that, I'd have to strap on, my not necessarily my cape, but I gotta prepare. I feel like I would have to go through one of those Rocky montages, like to train and get ready. I'm serious, and get ready to go out and go date black women, because it's not going to be easy, but it can be done. I think the issue for me comes from the idea that if it doesn't work, I could be in a bad position in the end, and that the government has made the laws so slanted that I may not have a fair fight. Listen, if it's a fair fight, I'm all for it, right? But the idea that I've worked hard to build a little bit that I do have, and that I could potentially lose it, that's a scary thought. And we hear people say that marriage is a risk. While I agree, I also understand that if you're saying it's a risk, then that means that I must do a risk analysis, and I must determine whether or not she's even worth the risk. And so, but for me, the greatest obstacle has nothing to do with the woman. It has everything to do with the fact of if the shit does hit the fan, what do we do now?
So what do you think about prenups, Trey? Though, does that protect you, or you don't think that's good enough?
I think the type of prenup that I want is probably unfair. I would want a no alimony, no spousal support, no nothing prenup. You get what you came in with. And those are while it's possible, they are rare though. They are rare. And especially in the sense of, when you come from, and maybe she's not going to work or something like that. Courts don't they frown upon that a little bit. They're like, well, she didn't work.
Oh, not a little bit, a
She
lot.
didn't earn any money. Yeah. So,
Yeah, a lot.
and even the guys who go overseas, people say, oh, well, go overseas. Well, they always leave out the part that you're responsible for her financially. If you bring her back to this country, she's your problem. Even if you divorce her, even throughout a divorce, she's still your problem. You still have to deal with that financially. So for me, it's just that's the biggest obstacle for me. I don't know how you get around that. Maybe a vow ceremony. Maybe we keep the government out of it altogether. But I don't know. A lot of women will say that that's not a legitimate marriage, and I think to some degree they're right. To some degree, they would be right about that. So I'm not really sure, but it's not like, oh, well, the women ain't shit. No, there's got to work. I'm gonna have to put in some work. I'm on monk mode right now, and I'm exhausted from trying to date women. So I'm gonna chill out for a while.
Thank you, Trey. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies. Anyone else?
Well, like I said, you talk about the obstacles pertaining to marriage. A lot of the stuff you need to do is the upfront work. I mean, one, financials, how you're going to deal with each other financially. Trey mentioned that men are really, really shell-shocked based on the way our state laws are. I mean, that's a real thing. That's a very real thing. But I think a lot of men fall short on how they vet their women, right? I mean, you could probably teach classes on that. Maybe I wouldn't be the guy to teach the modern man what the classes are, because there's certain questions you have to ask now that I didn't have to worry about as much back in my day. But one thing I do know for sure, when I tell men, that I think this is ageless, if you're going to get married, you got to make sure that the woman you marry views you as her number one choice. Mm-hmm. That's a big deal. She's got to view you as her number one choice, and because that'll give you the confidence to put the trust in her. Because if she doesn't, she's going to always be looking elsewhere. Now, that's part of your vetting process. I mean, how do you know that? Well, you got to be in tune with the spirit of the woman that you're courting, right? It's a risk reduction. Everything's a risk reduction because you're never going to have 100% of anything. So I wouldn't tell you if it's a perfect thing, but I do know that men will cleave to women and marry them when they shouldn't. I think half our divorce rate is because men marry women based on shit like, she got a big pair of tits, and that kind of stuff. That's stupid. Or she's good in bed. I mean, you want to be compatible for sure. But if her respect for you is not at the top of the list, and how she views you as her husband, you're blowing it. Because I always tell you, it's your fault when you let a woman into your inner sanctum, right? You have to ask her. She has to say yes, of course, but you're the one asking. You let her in and she's the wrong one, man, your life is going to be miserable. So you got to do a good job. And I always compare, I like vampire movies. They can't really hurt you unless you let them in. They knock on the door and you let them in. And so if your woman turns out to be a vampire, she ain't going to get you right away. Some women are calculating. They wait for 5 years so they fully vetted and stuff. And vampires, they like to play with their food until it's time to eat. So
I got pushback.
Go ahead.
I got pushback. RP.
Okay. Yes,
I got
ma'am.
pushback. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So my pushback is, my husband married me because I'm dragging a wagon.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's my pushback, sir.
That's not real pushback.
That's my pushback. I have a problem with you, sir.
What do you mean dragging a wagon? What do you mean?
Yes. Dragging a wagon.
Me.
That's why I got married.
Okay. And take it. Didn't you play a video this morning where the guy said he's been married this long because she had good box? Wasn't that you this morning?
That's it. Okay. So people can get married because
okay. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not 100%, but it's a lot more than that, and it's a lot more than that happened in those times. That's why you're together.
But you know what I wanted to say? I wanted to tell you that you are right, sir, because respect does have to be at the top of the whole, the whole shebang. Respect has to be there. It has to be from the beginning, because respect brings love. But love does not, if love come first, love does not bring respect. So I always say that on my show, that you have to have respect for your husband, because respect brings everything. It brings love. It brings a healthy fear of your husband. And most women don't have that. And this is how, when she doesn't have that, she can do anything and destroy the foundation of the family. So without that respect, nothing will go. That's what I believe.
Take
And the
take
one thing
heed.
I'd like
Take
to add
heed.
before, real quick, let me just say this real quick. The one thing Jeff said that I agree with, that you really have to like the person you're with too, man. Me and my wife, we like each other, man. You know, we all through the years, no matter what, we always found time to just hang out. And now that we are pretty much empty nesters, I mean, we like chilling with each other. I mean, it's really important.
I like
You know,
that.
so I just want to throw that in there. Go ahead, world class.
You know what?
Take
Take heed. Hold on. I take heed. I got some pushback for you.
Go ahead,
Yes, I do.
give me some pushback.
You know, I got some pushback for you because you pushing it back. Listen, I heard what you said. You said your husband picked you because you was dragging a wagon. Let me tell you
It's
something.
true.
I'm very familiar with the story because I watch you every day and I listen to you tell it every day. But I'm gonna tell you what I heard. Listen, you said that your husband had a choice of any woman that he had, but he chose you, right?
He did.
All right. Now, let me tell you what happened. He said, you told me that one day he went down to the laundromat, you know what I'm saying, and was messing up the clothes. And you came over there and you helped him with them clothes. Let me
Yes.
tell you something. He showed up because of the wagon, but he stayed there because of the love. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what happened. You showed that man some love. You're like, baby, that's not how you do that. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what happened. And here's the thing. I think a lot of times women get confused. Yeah, you know, guys look at the wagon or whatever, but as soon as he finds out that wagon is empty, he gone. But the thing about it is the man saw some love in you. It was something else inside that wagon. I think that's the reason why he stayed. So if we're being honest, that's the real reason why he stayed.
Yeah, baby.
Exactly. Come on now. Take you doing
You know
yourself
what?
a disservice.
I like the
Start
drag
paying the Pandora.
dragging the wagon story. The dragging the wagon better.
That's the only
story is
pushback I
better.
got for you, Tiki. That's all. That's all.
So
Donna.
take heed. Could you give like a quick example of healthy fear?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I like that you said that. So a healthy fear is like this. Say you going out with your girlfriends, right? And you see you're about to, you want to look good. You want to put on something nice. You want to be sexy, right? Okay. But there's an outfit that you will wear with your husband. And there's an outfit that you know you're not going to wear without him. You know what I'm saying? So the healthy fear is that you choose the outfit that you know will please him and make sure that you're safe at the same time. That's a healthy fear. You know what I'm saying? The healthy fear is that you don't want to do anything that will jeopardize your marriage. That's a healthy fear. When men are in your inbox and they're talking to you like you crazy, like they crazy, and you tell them, listen, I'm married, and you block them, that's a healthy fear, because you don't want to hurt this man. You don't want him to see something that's not supposed to be there. That's what I always tell women. You should have a healthy fear. I'm not talking about anything crazy,
Right.
but it's a respect. You know, if your husband says no, it's no. I'm not going to go back and forth with my husband to please anybody. If he tells me no, it's no. Even with the children, when the children come to me, mama, you know, I want this, and go ask daddy and for me. And you know what I tell my children? Because the eldest one, not the eldest boy, came to me the other day. He said, mama, every day daddy say something to you, and you just go along with it. That's what he told me. You just go along with it. You always, follow daddy direction. And you know what I told him? If I ain't follow your father direction, you wouldn't be looking at me right now. Okay? And I just walk away.
Amen.
Because if I didn't follow his direction, you would not be here. Okay. And I just walk away. And the eldest one bust out laughing because she already know what I was trying to say.
Right.
But he just looked at me like, Mom. So that's why I say it's supposed to be a healthy fear. You should fear him that you don't want to hurt him in any way, and you won't let anybody disrespect him in any way. That's a healthy fear.
Hey, Takey, can I ask you a question? Is the idea that he will leave you, is that healthy fear or is that manipulation?
Good question.
Oh, good question.
Ooh.
Okay, so
I'm
gonna share something with you. I don't fear that my husband will leave me. I don't, because you know what? I'm gonna toot my horn a little bit. Okay.
Talk your shit. Talk your shit.
My horn a little bit. Okay. I'm obedient to my husband. You know what I'm saying? I'm obedient to him. Like, I do what he tell me to do. That is no lie. You know what I'm saying? I'm just obedient to him, and I love being around him. And I'm about to say something fresh. I fuck my husband all the time. You know what I'm saying? So I don't run away from that.
I ain't know it was coming.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I do, and I'm gonna share something with you. Out of all these years we've been married, I still love fucking my husband.
Let's go.
I still love fucking. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's genuinely good. Like, you know, I'm ready. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not like one of those wives. I cringe. You know, you see wives that have been married as long as me. They like cringe when they got to sleep with their husband. I'm like, I'm ready. I go get my lingerie. I just be like, woo. You know what I'm saying? I'll be ready and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a big girl, but I'll be ready. You know what I'm saying? I throw my shit on. I'll be smelling good and shit. Well, I always good, but I just be ready, you know? And then my kid be like, big girl, come give it to daddy. Yes, I'm ready. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's funny.
I'm ready. That's how I am. That, you know, and I hope I stay like that. You know what I'm saying? I stay like that. I hope. Yeah.
So take heed. Back to the question though. So it's more of a that you don't want to disappoint your husband as opposed to him leaving. Is that it?
That too. And then you know what? I'm gonna share something with you. I don't think my husband want to leave me.
No, but disappointment is the better word than worrying about him leaving. In terms of
I don't want to disappoint him. I like to make him happy, and even when I aggravate him sometimes and get on his nerve, he will still draw me back. Like, you know, come sit down, come sit on daddy lap. You know what I'm saying? So I just, you know, I don't think about him leaving me. But it could happen. I'm not saying it couldn't, but I don't put it in my mind because we too close. You know what I'm saying? We too close. But I like to be around each other.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask because I just want to know. So you're not fearful of it though at all. You're not fearful. No, okay.
No.
It's not the fact that she's fearful of him. She's fearful without the love of him. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. That's the difference.
Takey, would you say a part of the fear, a healthy fear, is because you gave vows or something similar to vows to him, yes? Or commitment.
Yeah, because it was the vows, yes.
Would you say a part of the healthy fear would be to go back on your word? Or maybe not even you, but just would that be a healthy fear? If you made a promise or commitment.
If I made a promise to my husband, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about a healthy fear of him, so yeah, it would definitely be him.
So if I made a promise to him to do something, I'm gonna come through with it. Yeah.
Like as it relates to the example you was using about going out, you know, representing, you know, not wearing a certain outfit that he wouldn't approve of. And let's say you made a promise or commitment and a vow or in a relationship to where you always represent him in a certain way. Being a type of woman to go, I gave my word, I'm gonna keep my word. But that qualifies like a healthy fear.
Yeah, it qualifies as a healthy fear.
And I'm only going through that and mind that out because the women of today would be like, girl, Take Heed was talking about it's healthy to be afraid of your husband. And we don't want that dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? We want the different shit.
World class. That's why world class.
They would.
That's
It's
why I was asking
true.
the questions. Yeah.
World class. That's because they men walking around with booty shorts. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Wait a minute.
Wow. Wow.
oh boy.
Think about it, man. You think about it. Men don't ever have to have that conversation with their wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, honey, do my butt look fat in these booty shorts?
That's crazy.
Oh, come
Men don't
on.
put women through stuff like that. Women put men through stuff like that. And if you got the ass, you already know you wrong for that. You know what I'm saying? Think about it.
That's a fact. Shit. I don't know if you can
Exactly.
go with it.
Exactly.
I think I have two answers to this question. I'm gonna touch on something that Trace. How you doing? Touch on two things that I think I'm thinking here. One thing that Trace said is the institution. The institution gives too much liberty, predominantly or overwhelmingly to women. It gives some liberty to men too, but it definitely gives an overwhelmingly disproportionate liberty to women to basically just say, you know what, if this doesn't work out, I can just dip. And not only could I dip, I can also get something out of it and benefit from it as well. That is the major issue. The institution, it coddles and caters to women. But then the second obstacle to this is that we live in a society that says it's more. Hi, buddy. We live in a society. He's fighting sleep again. We live in a society where it is more acceptable to have the mindset that it is a happy wife, happy life versus a happy spouse, happy house. I'll mute Mike.
Shout out to the babies too. I don't think I answered the question. Definitely make it. They make life interesting with their words and their presence. I think I didn't answer it yet. I would say the number one, the greatest obstacle pertaining to marriage is, and I'm gonna just pick the next thing because I think Trey is right. The government makes it really impossible for us to have legitimate concepts because men are going to be like, hey, there's a fucking wild hippo down at the bottom of the street where my car is. I'm not going to fucking have that car anymore. I'm just give it to the hippo. And there's no point of going down there when I'm guaranteed to lose. Like the dumb concept of, would you rather be in a car with a chicken or a lion? Bitch, fuck you. I'm not. Fuck you in that car. I don't care about any one of them. So, because why you got the keys to my shit? So that part, I just think the next thing will be because people will go, the government. My shit is, why is the hooker attracted to the dumb shit that the government would give it, but would offer her? So my shit would be the value system. I think the biggest obstacle after what Trey said would be, or the greatest obstacle after what Trey was said, would be our value system to be attracted to the dumb shit that we're attracted to in the first place, and why we think playing spy games with the government and keep away with the damn baby is smart shit to be doing, and then talking about we care about the baby, we love the child while keeping them away from the other parent. That's what people's response is in this space to the child alienation custody thing that people will be talking about is, well, the stuff that you can do. I'm gonna keep away from the baby with the mother, and the mother gonna do it with me, and we playing stupid spy games with that's your solution. It's super fucking stupid and highly irresponsible. Why would you even think of something like that to be a solution? And then y'all know all the other dumb stuff, the $600 for the date and all of this dumb shit that's going on. My reason for doing it, I guess my solution to this value system issue is addressing the fact that, at least for us, as brown skin original people, is that our human experience has been replaced with consumer experience. It's like people are only what that receipt allows them to be. They're nothing outside of that transaction. And we have to really mine out why we think the way we think. Where do we lose it at? Of course, we got the feminism and all that other shit, but I think it started a little bit before that, and having an identity, and as I'm gonna say this and I'm done, that doesn't exist to sit in consequence or conflict with somebody else's identity. I don't think we need to continue to be black because these other people say that they're white when neither one of us are either one of those things. So that's my thing.
Thank you, world class.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Wow, great answers. Great answers. Anyone else?
Yeah, I got something.
Right.
Here's the thing. I don't think most people even know what the purpose of marriage is for in the first place. Then on top of that, I don't think people really know who they are in the first place and why they do what they do. I put it to you like this. If a man understands who he is, he knows that every woman is not going to qualify for him. But a man who does not know who he is, he'll go out and try to wife up anything without understanding exactly what his purpose is and what the purpose of marriage is. Now, I know for a fact that being in a marriage is good for a husband and a wife. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to go ahead and tell a guy just to go out and get married just to be getting married. That would be stupid. You see what I'm saying? Because it would make his life a living hell. You see what I'm saying? But I will tell him this. Find out exactly why you want to get married. And then we'll start from there. If you want to get married because you have some kind of selfish fantasy that you want to fulfill, that's going down the wrong road. But if you want to get married because you want to serve, then that's a good starting point. Now, all you have to do is find somebody else who has that exact same mindset where they're looking to serve as well too. And then you guys go on about serving each other. I remember a long time ago, my grandfather sat me and my brothers down. He asked us, what do you guys think the purpose of marriage is for? And I said, it's because you love each other. He said, that ain't got nothing to do with it. He said, the purpose of marriage is to have somebody to have the tough times to go through with. And I don't really think that we understand exactly what all that entails. You know, sometimes you have to be able to be healthy for your spouse, mentally, physically. You see what I'm saying? Those are the things that help you get over those humps in life. You know, when problems arise, you have to be able to see within yourself and say, hey, look, I got it. And also you have to be able to look inside yourself and say, you know what, I don't got it, you know? And then your wife leans over to you and say, you know what, I got it, and vice versa. That's the whole purpose of being married. Now, in the midst of being married, there are lessons that you're going to learn along the way that you're going to pass on to your children. Now, you may think that they're in school, but in honesty, you're still in school because now you're learning how to raise children. And the children are learning from you how to be adults. So it's an ongoing symbiotic relationship between your kids and you, and your wife and you, and your husband and you. So you don't have time to entertain the outside world when you're busy at home cultivating your own garden. Each person requires something different. Each child requires something different. And at the same time, you have to balance that thing out to say, hey, look, my wife don't need to be neglected because I'm taking care of the children. You see what I'm saying? Those are the balances that we have to take care of. But the minute that you get married to somebody, say, for instance, a woman who thinks that she has to have a Chanel bag because it solidifies her identity, you're going to go down the wrong hole. You think the government is your problem. No, you are your problem because you were so selfish that you didn't see past your own ego to find out exactly who you're laying down with. And I think that is the problem between men and women. Sometimes women may look at a man as if he's a savior to her problems. Well, the issue with that is, ma'am, you're supposed to be the helpmeet. You're the one who's supposed to be assisting with solving the problems. So if a husband is looking for a good wife, he should find a woman who's a good problem solver. Or else, why should he get married? That's her role. That's her purpose. The man is to execute. The woman is to help. You see what I'm saying? So when he gets stumped, he's like, you know what? Baby, let me ask you this. I want to make sure I do the right thing for the family. Let me consult with you because I'm going to put us in a particular situation that involves everybody, and I want to get your input. And at that point, she's going to say, you know what, honey, I trust you. You got it. You've already worked this out. Or she's going to say, you know what, I have some concerns. Could you ease my mind a little bit? Explain to me one more time what you want to do. In that environment, that is a healthy relationship. You see what I'm saying? Because you've learned to trust each other. But at the end of the day, when we mess around and we don't have honest conversations and we don't put forth good faith efforts to have conversations and actually connect to be one another and commit to one another, that's going to be always going to be the issue. We're always going to have people marrying the wrong people. We're always going to say that the other person was the bad person, when in essence, you didn't take the time out to look inside yourself to figure out exactly who you are and what you need.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That was good.
Ooh.
I agree with almost everything you said. One thing I don't agree with, because I don't know, I can't remember if you said somebody said that to you or you saying it was your perspective.
No, that was my grandfather telling me that.
Okay, yeah. All right, because I didn't want to hold you accountable for something your grandfather said. I just don't agree that marriage is for somebody, and I understand I'm way younger than your granddad, and I would see it different. I just think the purpose of marriage is to produce successful people.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I see it as. I do understand the concept of that particular union being for life, that, yeah, it's for that person to also be there. But I think I don't exclude that. I don't think that's the purpose of marriage is to not have somebody there. But I think the actual purpose why we have these organs we have, why we have this matrimony we have, is to produce successful people. And the principle surrounding marriage is to facilitate facilitate the perpetuation of not just our species, but a certain standard with respects to the species up to what to what we are now.
Yeah, here's the thing though. You got to make sure you got somebody that's there for the right reasons, because we can say that the purpose is to raise successful lives, but if the floor is not stable, if the foundation is not stable, you know what I'm saying, then you're building on sinking sand. Even Christ said, I will build my church upon this rock. You see what I'm saying? And a rock is unmovable. So my thing is you have to make sure that everybody is stable from the beginning, because if you build your church or if you build your home on somebody who's fleeting, who will run at the any slight pressure, then everything that you've worked will fall apart, and we'll have exactly what we have today. People getting divorced because they feel like, you know, hey, I'm my sisters or my brothers have more than what I got. You know, the neighbors down the street, the Joneses, has more than what I got. I don't feel like I'm loved because I don't have these things. But my thing is if you commit to that person instead of those things, if you seek thee first the kingdom of heaven, all these things will be added unto it. Your house is your heaven right here. And if you start working everything that you need to work on here in your own home, then everything else will be added unto it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You got to have a foundation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, I like to add the scenario and say there's an organization that focuses on that, building that foundation, making sure we're strong mentally, physically, we're prepared with we'll say a universal value system, have our finances in order. You know, everything's perfect. Essentially, the goal to create a utopia for the Black community. Would you sign up? Well, hold on, let me go back a bit. It takes 5 years, and you have to self-reflect, and you have to make some drastic changes in your life. Would you sign up? How many people will sign up today?
I would. And I would say it like this, because while y'all were talking, I was over here actually trying to think of something to add to that question as far as the greatest obstacle. I really couldn't think of one other than discipline, but I think that's something that you have to have before the marriage. And with what you were talking about with that scenario, a lot of that utopia everybody would need discipline, because a quote that I've been saying a lot to my children and everybody is that if you do what's hard, no, let me get it. If you do what's easy, life will be hard. If you do what's hard, life will be easy. So in that same sense, like that comes with discipline, because you have to have that discipline to be able to say, all right, now I'm gonna cut back on that. All right, I'm not gonna spend on that. All right, I know he fine as hell and he been, oh my goodness, I'm not, I'm gonna tell him, no, get out my face. You know what I'm saying? But you have to have discipline. I think a lot of stuff just comes down to having discipline. And that's just where the obstacles come in. If you don't have that discipline, if you don't have the discipline to say, this man or this community or this job is good for me, so I'm going to make sure that I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm not going to be slacking off. I know I can miss a call or two and just keep on sitting over here chilling, but no, I'm gonna take these calls. I'm gonna skip that brownie. You know what I'm saying? Like, discipline. I think that's just overall for life. And if you apply that principle to anything in your life, as far as having that discipline and knowing how to, hey, cut back, or even being able to ask for help. A lot of people don't know how to just ask for help. And there's nothing wrong with asking for help. And then there's some people that don't know how to give help properly. Like, I know a lot of people, like, if I mess up, and then they'll tell you, oh man, you messed up. And I pause. Now wait. Well, they ain't tell me how to correct it. Like, don't just tell me how messed up. Tell me how to correct it. Like, help me. Like, so, like,
Nigga.
a two-way thing. Like, it's so much that's out there to where we have to have that discipline. Even in that, me having that discipline and saying, oh, Alexis, don't just tell them that that's wrong. Hey, let me show you another way. Hey, I did it this way, and this is the results that I had. How about you try it? Or can you think of any other ways? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think some people don't want to do the work regardless if it's on that end or it's the other end. So,
amen.
Yeah, Alexis, to your point, I found when I was policing, the easiest way to get through to people was a correction with a solution. So I would always tell you, this is what you're doing wrong according to the law. Here's how to do it right. If you do it this way, nobody will bother you. But you keep doing it this way, you're going to see our faces every day. That's how this works. So I do agree, because that's how I also deal that with my kids. I correct, but then I tell them, this is how you're supposed to be doing it. Do it this way. Yeah. And I think that's highly effective if we're going to move forward and progress within our community. Yes. I agree with you 100%. I got to be honest with you, Alicia, I don't know if I would sign up for it. And here's the reason why.
Oh, I want your honesty. Bring it.
I think that is a huge task. It's a huge task. And I got to be honest with you, there's going to have to be a period in which there's a proven system led by proven mentors and proven leaders before I would sign up for it. It's just a large, listen, obviously for me, I've seen the worst part of our community, right? I worked in the hood. You know what I mean? I saw the worst part of our community. But I know our community can be good as well, right? We have scientists and lawyers and doctors and the whole nine. I know that as well. I don't think you'll have a problem getting those who are sensible on board. I do, however, think you will have a tough task getting those who are quite comfortable living in their chaos and their degeneracy to get on board, because they like it that way. Sure. And it feels good. I think that will be a little bit more difficult. However, I've said this before, if we really wanted to fix the Black community, we would have to start with those who have the most influence. And unfortunately, it's not the parents, and it's not the politicians, it's not the pastors, it's these damn celebrities. And you're going to have to get these celebrities on board first. Because unfortunately, if some chick puts out a record, these girls know it line by line, but they can't tell you what 3 times 3 times 3 is. But they can rap a whole Cardi B song to you. So for whatever reason, with the young, I'm not talking about the older women. Older women grow into some sense, obviously. But I'm talking about when you want to address this younger crowd, the young millennials, the Gen Zers, and what will eventually come the Generation Alpha, you're going to have to take it up with these celebrities, because there's a lot of idolatry going on when it comes to these celebrities. That's what they see. I just watched a video where somebody that I enjoyed as an artist, Andre 3000, is giving sort of kudos to Sexy Red. What the fuck is going on here right
Really?
now?
No,
Like,
don't say that. You
I was
ruined
a little
them.
bit, I was a little bit confused, and I'm like, no, Andre, like, no, it's the opposite. But meanwhile, they were on LeBron James' show, The Shop. So we got a whole lot of wrong going on here. And so this is what I mean. And guess what? You're going to see women who are saying, well, look, all she do is talk about sex, and all she do is talk about, she had lip gloss named after STD. She's doing it. She had a sex tape out. Look, she's doing it, and she got a baby. We got to deal with that first, because the parents can't get past the celebrities in most of these houses.
That's a lot. That's stressful. What was your scenario again, Alicia?
If there was an organization that will create the perfect utopian Black community, but it required you to spend, let's say 5 years, self-reflecting, making changes, adjusting your value system, a sacrifice, essentially. Would you sign up? Would you think others would sign up today?
It would heavily, 100%. I'm gonna say 99%, depending on what that organization is. Yeah, definitely depend on what they are, what their history is, and who's behind it. Yeah, it would depend, because my motto is WIT, WIT, whatever it takes. So I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get it done, but you know what I'm saying, gotta really pay attention to. Again, even though I understand what Trey was saying, but we can swap out Sexy Red with Little Kim and go back in the 90s. It's just like pop the face in, pick another dummy, pop the face in. It is the facilitation, which goes with his point before, like the laws. It is a mechanism and an outlet that keeps bringing this stupidity in, and we got to be mindful of who's facilitating what and why they're facilitating it. And because it's always a dummy. A dummy's born one every couple minutes, every couple seconds, and they can always find a dummy, a Sexy Red, Glorilla, or whatever the fuck they come up with this week. Just sit there and be stupid and say something dumb. So I get what he's saying in terms of the celebrities, but they're going on what is these stupid places? The websites, man. Y'all know what it is. World Star, certain YouTube spots where this music is getting dropped, these outlets, I think it's called DSPs, where this stuff is getting dropped. And these people have these people's attention because they worry about what everybody else is doing, and I don't want to be missing out, and I got to learn all the words to the songs for the next girl so I can be in a TikTok video doing this with my face, and I can get the next trend going on and be a part of it and get the like that's what they're on, where they just swapping these faces out, putting new motherfuckers in. It would heavily depend on who and what they are. And me, I eat organic, non-GMO. I like organic. I'd rather do it ourselves. I'm here for the legacy. I want them to be able to say this was the greatest generation of all time because I was here and I want us to do it ourselves. So chances are that organization will probably be up unless it's yours. You know, so I would back out of that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't go in that direction.
World class. Let me ask you a question before you leave, man. Trey said we got to get the celebrities on board, right?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Who is the Jewish version of Cardi B? Who is the Asian version of Megan Thee Stallion? You know what I'm saying? And how come those people don't listen to people like that? What makes us so vulnerable to having to latch on to some of these type of people?
Dehumanization. We have this misunderstanding that we went through slavery. We did not. The Jews went through slavery. I'm sorry. The little hats went through slavery through the I don't even know how to say these people. The people, you know, the situation, they always let us know. That was that. We went through dehumanization. And we're arrogant enough to think that we fixed that. We fixed the problem we haven't even addressed. So people know a lot about us that we don't. They understand stuff that we were masters at. We don't understand frequency, and then the frequency in which we hear these frequencies is affecting us. I keep saying often, I've said it on BMU platform plenty of times. TV is pretty new. It's not as old as we think it is, and it's having a negative effect on our mind. That's why I started watching it in 2007 and listening to the radio in 2007, because we don't understand that high level of freaking witchcraft that they got going on. People say, "Oh, YouTube is worse." Yeah, no, it's not. You really need to study it. It's pretty different. It's pretty ridiculous. TV is pretty. The alpha waves is coming out of these TVs, and the stuff that they literally are calling programs is a little different, and especially with the commercials and all the different sciences that they're using. It is a absolute witchcraft. It's an absolute weapon,
and it's genius. It's
that's that point. It's genius, and I think so with those two things, we're susceptible because, and I've said it on this platform plenty of times. We need to understand neuroscience. We need to start raising the children based off how the brain works. That's why I'm against beatings and whoopings and stuff, because it doesn't actually help the brain. It doesn't do anything. The parenting, again, is what I say is always the foundation of what's going to solve all of these problems, because our people have gone through dehumanization that is worth 18 straight months of conversation. It is the most important conversation that we can possibly have, that our people have experienced dehumanization. I've said this on this platform many a times. Our women have deleted 24,117,000 children since 1973. So I reiterate, we have a dehumanization problem. We used to be black slaves. We do not know how to be human. We don't know how to be human. We don't know how to be human. I will crush anybody on earth in that debate. We do not. We have the results to let people know that we don't know how to be human, because I'm one of the ones that actually know our history, and I can bring our history back up in your face and say, you're not this. All we do is do what this receipt that we get from the store allows us to be, and we think that that's being human. No, our humanity has been replaced by consumerism. The word consumer means to destroy. You waste something by destroying. So that's what we've been doing. The opposite. I'll give you an example on how much this can hit home in every community. The word consumer means to destroy. Do you know what the opposite word of destroy is?
Produce.
Produce. When you go into the store, the place that's the healthiest for you is called the
produce section.
Yeah.
In the Bible, it said man was made out of the what?
Clay.
Dirt and dust of the ground, which is where the produce comes from, right? Yes? So they foundationally and fundamentally turned you to the opposite of what you actually are supposed to be, and what you actually are. The 102 minerals that your body is made out of. And for you to do what? Eat other consumers. People consume people now. Literally. Supposed to be vegan, right? You went from being vegan, like it says in Genesis 1, verse 29, and eating plants to eating people. You saw how many people you consume people time all the fucking day. And you get an attitude if they don't do what you want them to do with their time and they free will. Then you'll have a chick that will keep their baby, or a nigga that keep the baby away from the other birthright parent that they have, and then teach the baby that you love them. None of these things are human. The CDC reported our women delete 629 children a day. 629 children a day. That's 27 children an hour. The same women will get on the internet and whine and complain that a black woman dies once every 5.5 hours. And it's because these niggas ain't shit and they don't want to be dads. But these same goofy motherfuckers will argue for you to be a deadbeat mother. Because that's what you are when you delete the baby. That's not human. That is a vessel that learned how to mimic being humans from TV. And we take on caricatures and characters from TV. And that's our problem. And if we address it aggressively, I think we'll find success. Because I'm from Liberty Heights in Gwinnett, Northwest Baltimore. I did so bad in my senior year. In the first quarter in my senior year, I could have failed for the whole year. If I'm smart enough to figure this out, I know y'all got college degrees. Y'all fill out your SATs. I ain't even start. Y'all smarter than me, right? Fundamentally. So we could figure this thing out and go back to the basics, because the basics, we were robbed of the basics and foundations of, listen to this, the basics, foundations, fundamental of civilization and the affairs of men, is which people don't ever say. I was just on a podcast, Never Lie, before we was on here. Before I hopped on here, what men usually talk about, and you can Have in your head how many times you've heard this. What men usually talk about is immortality, living a life worth remembering. That is a normal thing that men have talked about for millenniums. You very rarely hear this being said by even the men you respect. I'm one of the only ones that's in this space to say I want to live a life worth remembering, that we will be remembered because I was here. I'm one of the only ones that say that. This is a normal conversation for men to have, to live a life worth remembering. You watch now, right? That's a legacy. You watch just recently, LeBron James' son, he's getting criticized for nepotism. They telling this boy who's a 55th round draft pick, it's just hard for you to live in your father's footsteps. Why the fuck is it? Where the hell I get my feet from? What the fuck are you talking about? Well, but he's just this big. So what's my fucking dad? Why the hell would you be telling me stupid shit like this? I gotta go find out my own way. No, the fuck you don't. Your dad was one of the greatest athletes of all time. You can live in your father's footsteps. Honor your father the best you can. Don't be telling my son no stupid shit. What the fuck you think you talking to? Do they tell that shit to the Rockefellers? To the Bilderberg? Anybody in the Bilderberg group? Did they tell that shit to the Rothschilds? Huh? They tell them they not supposed to? Fuck you, bitch. Don't be telling that like that stuff. That's not human. It's only a problem when it's us.
They want to separate us from our legacy.
From being
That's
human.
The problem.
They want to separate us from being human. We walk around with brown skin. We sucking and fucking dick and pussy. You got motherfucking bills, but you got brown skin walking around calling yourself black like you don't know your motherfucking colors. Your identity is a lie. Didn't the word mean pale? Your identity is a fuck you. It's to talk to you like you're a fucking idiot. And it's disrespectful. They didn't just take us, they took being human away from us. Like I be telling people, I'm done my rant because I'm going to take my ass to sleep. I know I'm there. Like I used to tell people from the neighborhood I come from, you can't hide from people that know where to look. And a lot of these people can only be them when we not being us. And they don't know what you want. They don't want you to know where to look. And I learned that from watching mechanics. I wanted to figure out what makes a good mechanic, right? Those mechanics, you bring them to, you bring your car, they sit in front of your face and they ask you questions about the car. And you're like, yeah, my car, it cut off when you're like, well, it cut off at the light or they'll cut off when you park the car. What cut off there? Look, the car right there, just check it out. No, he's asking you questions so he's not wasting fucking time because he knows where to look. He knows what questions to ask. That's what makes a better mechanic, not who know how to turn the wrench the best. People that know what to look for. I know where to look. And we all been told where to look. You want to hide something from a nigga, put it in a
book.
Mm-hmm. I was a nigga that looked at in the books. I started watching TV in 2007. I ain't got nothing else better to do other than figure out all the fuck yous that you done said with respects to information, that you've been playing games with my motherfucking people, playing games, acting like you fucking inventing shit and stole all our shit, hiding it behind words, right? Like we're dumb. That's why I be emphasizing etymology, parts, and syntax. It ain't nothing you can learn in your life that will reveal the lies that these motherfucking lazy ass niggas then told us. All you gotta do is look up words. They lazy as fuck. Them people y'all call little hats and white people are lazy as fuck. All you gotta do
is insulting. It's really insulting.
You think I'm talking like this for no reason? It's fucking insulting. It's insulting. But we participate in it. Goes back to what LIT was saying. It goes back to what Trey was saying. The value system, bro. Y'all don't want to look. They playing in our face. If playing in our face was a life, it's us for the last 60 years, for 100 years. And it's irritating, man. It is the when you start at the beginning, right? They took our ability to be human, to recognize our own shit. I don't have to hide the truth. I just got to teach you to not look for it or not recognize it when you see it. It's too big. And to get you as a child, and once you understand that, once you get that and get the game and understand how simple and subtle and that these motherfuckers ain't got nothing else to do other than to get you to beat yourself. We've heard it before, especially if you've been in the culture. An organism at war with itself is dead. And that's what's going on. If you kill yourself, I can't go down for murder. Like I get what I want out the end of the day. I get eliminate you. I don't gotta waste resources, and I get to get away with murder. And that's what's been going on. Nobody is making us be obese. We love to be obese. Nobody is making us delete our children. We love to delete our children. Our children is what we're deleting. Nobody is making us do that. Right? Nobody is making us spend 72 cents out of every dollar the first 6 to 24 hours. Nobody's making you do that. Meaning you give a rate of return or return of investment of 72% to anybody but us. That's why they're investing into you. Because they know they're about to get their money back in a day and a half. That part.
Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to say good night to everybody.
Thank
Y'all
you,
have a
Tiki.
wonderful
Thank
evening.
you, sis. Thank you. I
And
really
thank you
appreciate
for
you.
inviting me. I greatly appreciate it. Okay.
You are welcome. It's an absolute pleasure.
You did great, my sis. You did great.
And you enjoy your evening.
You. I tried. I didn't act too indignant because I do indignant nonsense on my channel. I was trying to be
You were
nice.
elegant. You were elegant, and you get some good gems.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night. World class. That was on point, sir. That's the reason.
Sir. Yes,
that's the
sir.
reason why I
Thank
asked
you.
you that question. Why are we so susceptible to that type of influence? And I'm glad you answered that correctly and thoroughly. Appreciate that. Thank you, brother.
I appreciate you asking. I think it's an extremely important question. And you asked the question I asked when Paul, I knew who he was, God, when I was little. I just want to know why stuff was the way it was. And I've been getting the answer ever since I was a little boy. And I'm thankful. And it's something I worked on my whole life to understand because I just don't get it. And it sparked the why when I finally got to get around these white people. And I'm like, these people beat us? You serious? I couldn't understand it. I'm like, you serious? These motherfuckers beat these niggas up every day. Like I couldn't understand. But then I learned. So I thank Allah for that. I thank the Creator and the Most High for allowing me to learn. I thank everybody that had faith in me. I thank every murderer and thief that let me go. Allow me to be here so I can understand and I can share with people because it's kind of like my life's work, but it's my own personal thing to understand why we're here, and I understand it. And when you learn how to operate at the world stage, learn how they're operating at the world stage, it becomes insulting, and you can hear it in what I was saying because it's really disrespectful. But at the end of the day, we don't got nobody to blame but ourselves because our value system, we value things that a guy named Jerome European, he's well known in the self-development arena. He said the same things that are easy to do are also easy not to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we do these things that are minute, and we could just as much not do it. It takes every word I said in terms of etymology, it takes 5-6 seconds to look up and see the truth. Did y'all know that the word consider means to consult with the stars?
Yes.
Correct.
Also where the word constellation comes from too.
Awesome.
Stuff like that. Stuff you never knew. The word black actually means pale. Bland, Blanche, Blanchard, Blake,
Blanc.
Blanket.
That's French. Yeah.
In Spanish, the word for white is blanco. In German, the word for pale is blas. The word black actually means pale, don't mean dark.
Right.
It's disrespectful. Yeah. So if
that's the case, we the light, son. We the light. We the sun.
In another way, you can look at it right from a social standpoint. Is your worst insult is to call me you? Because the troglodyte, Niger and Niger is a scientific name for a chimpanzee. Who was the only niggas on the world to say they came from monkeys? Them. So your job was to call me you. Then they said we colored. Well, who changed all the different colors? Me or you? You.
Whoa. Sorry.
You understand?
Niger, not double G?
Yeah, it's 2 G's and it's 1 G. Both of them the same thing. Yeah,
I'll talk you offline because
look at it this way. It's the world's oldest trick. If I can name it, I can tame it.
There we go.
You see what I'm saying? If I can name it, I can tame it. If I can change the name or whatever it is, that means I can control it.
Indeed.
So every time they change our name, so we can't identify with who we are, we lose a little bit of our power, man.
That's a fact.
But that's why it's up to us to know who we are.
Maybe
so no matter what they call us, so no matter what they call us, we're still going to be who we are.
That's a deed.
You study the history, you see the same strategies and tactics repeated over and over again. If you actually look.
I say this last thing. I'm gonna drop for real. We just watched the Power of the Name game a couple years, about 10 years ago, with the war in Iraq, right? We watched the Power of the Name game. For you to be able to go into an indigenous landmass as a foreigner and be able to kill the indigenous people in The Hague and the UN not attack you by you calling them and renaming these indigenous nationals insurgents.
You know, I'm thinking of Tasmanian Devil. You know, Tasmanian Devil.
By calling them insurgents.
That's it. If you can name it, you can tame it.
Indeed.
You know?
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
That's the main reason why people love to try to make names stick to you. That's the reason I was telling, I don't care what you call me. I'm not going to respond to that anyway, because you can't control me. And I think a lot of people have to do that. But to reach back on this topic, as far as marriage is concerned, if you marry somebody who's in love with being something somebody else told them, your marriage is not going to last.
No, it's not.
It's not going to last.
That's a fact. Amen.
Am I not right, Arpain?
No, you're right. This is correct. It's correct.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else want to add anything? Go ahead, Arpain.
No, I was going to get off, but that was good. That was a good.
I ain't got nothing.
I was going to say diatribe, but that's not the right word. It was a good soliloquy that World Class gave us, man. It was a nice.
It really was
beautiful.
Because I'm one of those kind of guys. I've ever since I was a teenager, I believe in social engineering. And I believe that it happens, not a and I picked that up from reading a book, a trilogy, the Foundation trilogy by Isaac Asimov.
Asimov? I love him.
Yeah. So the foundation was, the humans have colonized the galaxy, right? And they didn't even forgot where Earth was. But he was saying the empire was going to just be destroyed in 30,000 years. For 30,000 years, it would be chaos. And he had this plan through what he called psychohistory. And what it was is be able to tell, to predict how people would behave if you present the right stimuli. So he was saying, if I present this plan and have certain events happen, of course, over the next 1,000 years, I can bring 30,000 years of chaos down to just 1,000. And so then the book goes off from there. But the whole point that I got was that you can program people to do what you need them to do by putting stimuli and measure it, because when you have a lot of people, you can tell, you can predict how they would behave based on stimulus. And they have us as Black people down to a T. And Black women and Black men ain't the same. The seeds that make us do our things are different. But if the end goal is to keep us separate, they've done a masterful job. And dehumanization is part of it, right? Because the Planned Parenthood is a eugenics program, but the best eugenics program is to make the people who are being called volunteer for it.
Absolutely,
and that's exactly what we're doing.
Absolutely.
So so anyway, I don't have any more profound stuff because World Class really do it out there. But he was hitting on all the cylinders. It's so true. But the deal is, I don't know how we break out of that. Because even though we're aware, how do we get to the critical mass that can change those things? And that's the key. We don't have to have everybody, but you definitely got to get to a critical mass.
Like we got to start really small and just build over time.
Well, our pain, it starts with having conversations like we have tonight.
Absolutely.
And taking this conversation and sharing it in other places and let them know, hey, we're actually trying to make a difference over here. Right. So if you're watching this broadcast and you don't share, then you're not a part of the solution. You're not a part of the solution. You're actually a part of the problem. So make sure you guys hit the like button, hit subscribe if you're new, and then please share. That's the only way we're going to make a difference.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. It was a great show. I was glad I popped up. I was like multitasking. That's why I'm not on the screen. So the other reason why I'm not on the screen is when the two lovely ladies were on there, I said the last thing they need is for me to put my ugly face in the middle. So you know what? Let me just be
Stop that. You are always welcome.
Arpain, you always appreciate it, brother. Even though we rib you a lot, we still appreciate your Arpain. Appreciate you coming out.
I hear you. All right. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Boss man, you still there? Boss man, you still there?
I am still here.
Go ahead. Did
And
you want to say anything or add anything to the show before we wrap this thing up, man?
yeah.
Oh, I did. No, I took everything in that was said, and again, I appreciate being welcomed on tonight. I think conversations like this, as I say on the end of all these conversations like this, are needed. And solutions driven. My son thinks that he can. You guys can see him, so he's waving. He's
Sweetie.
awake for he is his daddy's child. He's awake. Um, I think that we will never ever reach a solution if we can never ever, whittle down to what the problems actually are. And I think conversations like this, as I said before, are needed. Having the hard conversations. One of the problems that I think that we often run into in society is that we cannot have hard conversations without digressing into debauchery. Lost in translation, always comes with, hard. Maybe some people would say hard truths, but hard things are, maybe for someone that needs to hear it is maybe hard to listen to, but it needs to be said. Questions, Alicia, that you have, they're thought provoking. Sometimes I sit back and I listen to other people, respond to the questions. I know it seems like I'm just in the background, but sometimes I actually have to sit back and think. What are some of the obstacles that could be a deterrent for something that could be so great? Marriage is something that is profound, but it is risky, especially in today's time. This is why I said that it's the institution that makes it risky. Of course, if you look at marriage historically, it's predominant. It was a different institution. It was religion that made it somewhat risky in a sense, but it was more or less a structural riskiness, not so much a financial risk. It was more of a traditional risk in a sense. It held you more accountable versus giving you more liberties. It allowed for you. It didn't allow for you to be so. I can't think of the word, but it didn't allow you to be so liberal. And it forced you to be more reasonable and less frugal. So, these conversations are needed and solutions are needed, but we can't do this. We can't have these solutions in isolation. It needs to be shared like this. And so, platforms like this, I think, are needed to have a hard conversation. I'm definitely appreciative of it. So, thanks very much, and I look forward to the next one. Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you for joining us, boss man.
Thank you. And we had a few more questions, but I think we touched on them for the most part. That was amazing. And that was, thank you, boss man. That was the idea behind the questions. Thought provoking. Really get everyone's ideas out in the open, and we go from there. What's the next step? What is the next step? It seemed to be a small step, but at least it's a step forward. Right. And I hope that I'm a part of it, and I want to be a part of it. I'm signing up today. I'm starting it today.
Well, here's the thing. Let's see. We have to make it easier to have the hard conversations. And I think by you facilitating that, I think it makes it a little bit easier for other people to come to the table and say, hey, if she's willing to listen to me, I'm willing to listen to her. And I really do appreciate you for coming out and putting forth the effort. Thank you so much for everything that you do and putting on a great show.
Thank you. Love you guys. Did anyone else have anything to say?
Alexis, David?
I'm going to say this. Listen to the background, listen to the conversation, listen to the gem. It may be why I enjoyed Thursday night show, and y'all made it to be, this will be a permanent stay, because the topic, the questions, it does hit home in many ways you can imagine. And I know, Lord, we talk about it plenty of time in the back. Sometimes we don't have the environment to actually deal with the type of conversation. And even though I was busy with my kids and everything, when I had to walk away for a while, and I was listening to the whole conversation, I'm taking every single gem I get from you, from Loss, from Alexa, from Lexi from Texas, from Bossman, and I'm like, man, I need to hear this because
Well,
we
David, I
don't.
told you from the beginning that a lot of people like to bend to the will of the algorithm. And I told you from the beginning, we're going to have to bend the algorithm to our will. And it's not going to be easy. I told you that from the beginning. And it's
You did.
starting to shift a little bit now. We're starting to have more people to come over our little humble, quaint, you know what I'm saying, side of the internet to have these good old fashioned conversations. But I think we probably need to start asking them, hey, if you're getting something out of it, why not share it and extend the conversation between you and the ones that you know,
And
and
I'm
not just
glad
to
I
have
hear
it
it.
over here.
I'm glad you told me that, because when you told me that, I took it very seriously, because a part of me was getting jealous of Take when she told me how her husband mom was teaching her and to do it, and I was like, why I ain't get that? But I was happy the fact that she embraced it and not realizing how husband mom gave her a key, a gem to get closer to her husband. You don't get that type of blessing being passed down. So when I hear someone like that spread that type of information, how her spouse, mother, or father give some inside scoop about their spouse, that it become a leverage. Just show the aspect of family, why family is actually critical. Also affect the foundation of the marriage going to be. Because Lord, you've been around Kevin Town long enough, and you take so much information and you learn a lot from him, and you bring it here. But you have your own experience as well to add upon that make it even bigger and better. That's why when I hear you speak, I don't mind listening. When I hear Mr. O speak, I don't mind listening. When I hear Alexa from Texas, we have a lot of conversation offline, and I always try to listen and take a lot from them. I know I got a lot to give from my cultural aspect, how they take family very seriously, but I was also jealous of them because of the fact that they have parents who want to make sure they pass down something great onto their kid. Not everyone had that. I didn't have that. So that's a part of me. When I hear people speak about my culture, what they experience, what they're able to grasp of, it was a big deal. It's almost like, wow, I wanted the same thing, but you know what? I can't get mad. I'm happy they had that. So conversation like this is needed. It hit the heart very, very well. And I'm glad I was able to listen to everything. That's all I gotta
Indeed.
say.
Alexis.
David. Oh, okay, I love it. I'm so appreciative that I came across and was able to get up on the panel and have the conversation with y'all. And I'm so thankful that I was able to speak and hear all y'all points of view and everything like that. I think it was a great conversation tonight, and I really enjoyed it. That's really much all I can say is that I really enjoyed it, especially after World Class. I was like, boy, look, we about to look. I was about to be like, all right, get the Dickens, pass around the basket. All right, let's get say, get them on there. But yes,
I'm
man,
gonna
I
watch all this.
We need to have Black Man, if you're listening, we're gonna have to have you to cut up this show into little bite-sized pieces and do shorts and reels and stuff like that, because I think people need to hear these conversations. You know, great conversation tonight, ladies.
Yeah.
All right, and I'd like to say thank you all for joining us. I appreciate each and every one of you. I love you all. We need you. We need each other. And let's do it. Let's do it. I guess one little step at a time. It's going to take some time, but our children are watching us, and they'll see. And hopefully, we can pass the baton. And let's make melanated people great again. How about that?
That's right. Yes. I like the sound of that.
And that's all I have to say. Thank you all. This is wonderful.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for the barbershop. You know what I'm saying? And then on Saturday, make sure you guys tune in to Alexis from Texas. Yes, indeed. And make sure you guys tune in on Sunday for Peter and Paul, Grooming and Reviews. And make sure you guys come back for Our Pain on Monday and Embrace the Grace on Monday. And of course, you know, you always want to show up on Tuesday for Flipping Tables with Black Men Are Filth and LIT. And of course, you know, we always have JT on Wednesday as well. So I want to thank you all for coming out. Guys, make sure on the way out, make sure you hit the like button, make sure you hit subscribe. And on that note, we are out. Peace.
Bye.